Here we go. Popping out the chat. Okay. So, yeah. What's everyone up to? I got my fan on. Dude, if we get into like 90-degree weather, I don't even know what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. Hopefully it just doesn't happen. We just avoid it all year. That'd be great, right? No days over 90. All right? You get that, Washington? That's a rule. Holding you to it. 80% humidity? That's insane. I don't know if I've ever experienced humidity that bad. Now, I believe you just die in that weather, right? Now, why does it get that high of a humidity? Is it like, you're like right on the lakes, huh? I guess that's the big part of it. All right, so the part that we left off on Saturday, which I don't necessarily remember that well, is that we need to be able to configure how often people are sending these things. And yeah, every minute, every 5 minutes, I'd say. Well, I mean, dude, it was my birthday. Yeah, for sure. I don't think I went overboard too much. I wouldn't be the right person to guess that anyway. I think it was fine. But hold on, wait. So Wisconsin has the lakes and what is called corn sweat. So when you say corn sweat, that's just like the amount that they're like watering the fields, like really boosts up the humidity of the area. Makes sense. I don't think I would have thought of that. And what's up, Sergeant Pepper? How you doing? And yeah, thanks for the hype train, everyone. That was fun. You're playing whack-a-mole at work? Well, that doesn't sound good. Like putting out fires or just a lot of like little boring tasks? That was the emote? Yeah, the one I got was lame. All right, hold on. Let me read this. So you have a few 100,000 S3 images spread across multiple accounts with buckets in multiple regions, and you have to tag them all so you know what site they appear on. And you have like a dozen different host names that you have to figure out. No fun. Yeah, it's one of those things where if you had done it properly from the start, it'd be solved a little bit better, but, you know, if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. That's what was wrong. My blue light filter was off. Way better now. Thought things looked a little weird. All right, so yeah, as far as send frequency goes, technically the value that we're storing is going to be the minute value. So 30 hour every 2 hours. Every 4 hours, something like that. And what's up, Kenny? How you doing? So yeah, it's the product of several teams across like 10 plus years of doing things differently because you used to have several engineering teams and none of them talked to each other. Yep. Yep. That sounds about like the problem. You just went to the store. Ooh, what'd you get, Kenny? What'd you get at the store? And oh yeah, let me get to the right screen here. And there we go. A lot of groceries. Nice, nice. Like anything special? Like you planning on cooking a fun meal or anything? Right. So why did I type WTS here? Some stroganoff. Okay. Yeah, no worries. I always forget what it is. Okay. Yeah, I've never made this myself. I have done a thing called beef tips and rice, which does seem somewhat similar. You make stroganoff? Yeah, beef tips and rice is easy and good. Like, it's actually really simple. Cream of mushroom soup instead of gravy. But yeah, just nice and solid. Yes, they do like a proper gravy. Yeah, I mean, cream of mushroom soup is actually like a really nice, like gravy substitute for like lazy people. But yeah, no, this seems cool. Yeah, I need to do beef tips and rice again. I haven't done that in a while. I need to fix my rice cooker still. Some people remember that story. And hey, what's up, Nicholas? How you doing over there, Mr. Sir? Yeah, I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out over on the YouTube. That was you the other day that asked about my hangover, right? Didn't have one, which means I did it just right. I think, maybe. What are we up to today? Well, we're figuring out where we left off on Saturday because Saturday we got a little loosey goosey in the best way. What are we building? And there you go. That's the project we're working on. We'll leave it at 60 as the default. We kind of just chilled and had great discussions. Yeah, I mean, I think we had a fun day. I enjoyed it. Like, I didn't have any regrets. When we were playing games later, it hit me like how much whiskey I truly had in me. You know, that's fine. All right, so what I want to do though, we've got the label. Yeah, exactly. No, we had a solid day. We did undo multiple days worth of dieting. That's fine. Can't enjoy some soda every once in a while. What's the point? Hey, what's up, Fool Dev? How you doing? Oh, and I missed a follow. Sourcey, thank you. Appreciate you. Oh, and yeah, Coding with Strangers rated us earlier. Hold on, let's shout it out. I was still in the middle of setting up, and I forgot to do the shout out thing. So yeah, make sure you give Coding with Strangers a follow. He's a good dude. Are you the only one who feels Twitch is getting worse and worse? About what? Well, you see more ads than stream. Yeah, I've got it cranked as low as I possibly can. No, DieDev, I've got it as low as humanly possible. Like they won't let me set it any lower. I do think Twitch Turbo is like a really fantastic deal. Oh, and Batch Bunny's streaming. Nice. Yeah, let me double check. Maybe they reset something and I got to go back to it. Yeah, it's on its absolutely lowest. Maybe if I turn off the ads manager, but then people get like show up ads, you know? Yeah, so right now it's show a 30-second ad break every 60 minutes. That's true too. Yeah, yeah. They may just mean like Twitch in general rather than like this channel. That could be it. That's a good point. Yeah, I've got it as low as I can. And hey, Bob, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Oh, you're subbed. Oh, well, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because they're already subbed. Yeah, there you go. Is that something you just now like re-enabled? Because I feel like I didn't see it when you first came in, but that could just be me spacing. A few moments ago. That's what I thought. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you. And what up, Albeatum? How you doing? All right, yeah, something like that maybe. So now let's just double check. What does that look like? Yeah, that looks awful. So yeah, the plus sign is too big of a plus sign. Yeah, the W6, no. And it should be info, not the button. Dude, they reset, like, you're not the only one. Chaotix got reset too. Yeah, Chaotic got to 420, and then on either like the 26th or 27th, they didn't count one of the streams, and now he's reset too. So I'm curious why that is. Like, what would cause that? I'm wondering if, like, everyone got reset on this channel, which would be weird. You watched it reset while you were in the middle of stream? Yeah, blame Melky. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious about Four Wheel Gator, too. Maybe I can reach out to support. I don't even know how to reach out to support. Four Wheel saw his reset, too? Yeah, so the most anyone's going to see is 3 because I think they reset the entire channel for some reason. Does anyone have a watch streak greater than 3 right now? Oh, Unrulies might still be going. That's a good point. Yeah, and they don't chat that much. So it wouldn't be like the lurking thing. Yours says it got reset because you missed a stream, but you guys didn't. It's not like I stopped and restarted or anything. And they had it happen mid-stream, which is even weirder. Yeah, I don't know. Wonder if there's something I can do. Hmm. Mobile and laptop. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's annoying. I will see if I can reach out to support or anything. I don't even know how to do that, but we should figure that out. Hmm. Yeah, someone remind me to try that tonight. Like, figure out where I gotta reach out. Homecast? Never heard of it. No idea. Oh, so it's like hosting your own video feed, but still using like OBS or whatever, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't see what the value of it would be. Like, why? But why? Like, as a streamer, you got to go where your audience is. If you think streaming to only a couple people is bad on Twitch, it's going to be even worse on your own server. This could have potential because major streaming platforms are not yet profitable. I mean, it's not possible though, right? Like, it's really not a good option because there's nobody there. I mean, there's the terrible platforms like Kick, and then the other one that sucks. Right? If you want to be a right wing grifter, you could head over there. Yeah, YouTube and Twitch are basically it. God, what is the other one? Right? Kick, we know. That's mainly just a gambling platform. What's that other one that sucks? Nah. Rumble. Yeah. Fucking Rumble. Just right wing grifter shit. No, thank you. No, thank you. As far as I know, I thought YouTube was the only one that had full like AV1 support. Part of the problem is that like not a lot of the HVENC or what is it NVENC like encoding chips have AV1 support. Like pretty much only the 5000 series. So it'll be a while before streamers like trickle down to having that stuff. Like they could offer AV1 all they want. Intel cards have it. That's actually surprising to me. Float plane though. I mean, we'll look at it real quick. Why not? We got time. I could see why he's mentioning it. They're giving him that much publicity. Oh, it's actually part of LTT. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Larobi, just think about Owncast as all the work it takes to do the video encoding and the hosting and like that stuff. The amount of people you could handle is up to you because you're responsible for the hardware, right? So yeah, like Owncast, any of those like self-hosted streaming platforms, you could host to as many people as you want if you're willing to pay for it. You'd be better off using Cloudflare at that point, I think. Yeah, Dan Clancy is right wing, isn't he? There's just something slightly slimy about that dude. I don't know him very well, so yeah, that's on me. Um, name Chris Griffin. Um, yeah, this one's fine. Everything. You mean like contribute, like help pay the costs or whatever? Sure, that's what subs basically do. Sure. So there we go. Float plane. There's our application. Yeah, this seems cool. Yeah, I'll do it. Whatever. Right? Linus isn't some right wing grifter, right? I don't know anything about him. I have no idea. All right, so the basic gist is we want to be able to create these things. We've created the front end for it. I don't think the back end. We do have batch interval minutes. Okay, so hold on. There's a big difference. Is he a grifter or is he a right wing grifter? There's a difference there. All right, so I'm just double checking. All right, we added batch interval minutes for SMS and email. Oh, I see what you're saying, Larobi. Yeah, that's a lot trickier. Right? The whole power of a torrent is the fact that the data can be loaded like out of order. It's a lot less effective when you have everyone fetching like the exact same blocks or whatever, right? Like realistically, YouTube would be a better platform for a like BitTorrent style streaming service. PeerTube, yeah, that one just sounds like a porn site. Like I don't know, man. They've got a real uphill battle with that name. I know exactly. That's what it seems like it would be. Yeah. No, no, I understand, Jason. I'm just saying, like, man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Oh, cool, cool. Hold on 1 second. Uh, okay, cool, cool. Yeah, so I can do that tomorrow. Sorry. Someone just sent me a message for a thing, and oh, I need to do this real quick. Um, Cal.com. I need to get someone a link to schedule a thing with me. Um, yeah, just chat. Copy link to event. Just do an edit real quick. Yep. All right, so yeah, let me send this to someone real quick. I almost forgot about it. And what up, Sammy? How you doing? My name sounds familiar from Twitter. Yeah, probably. I yap a fair bit. I'm not worried about it. I'm not too stressed about being like the hipster. Like, oh, I knew them before they were popular. You know, I wouldn't be bummed if Primus went mainstream. That'd be crazy. That'd actually be really cool. Could you imagine like a major Primus resurgence? You see just high school kids with Primus t-shirts on? Like nowadays? That'd be crazy. Oh, that'd be so cool. Primus could be like the next Led Zeppelin. No, it wouldn't happen. But I can dream, okay? Exactly. That'd be amazing. No, I'm okay with it. I think, yeah, Theo's big time, and he's a big fan of Elixir. So a lot of people are made aware of Elixir just simply because someone as big as Theo talks about it. I do still think there's a lot of work that they need to do on the type safety front. It's technically strongly typed. It's just not strictly typed. And we've gotten into arguments with people about that here on Twitch. Right? Like, what's the difference? There is definitely a difference. We don't need to dig into it right now. But okay, so yeah, just double checking. And yeah, I don't use Elixir nearly as well as like experts use Elixir too. So I'm definitely not the person to hype it up anyway. But okay, so when we think about this, I don't think we've done any of the validation logic. So as someone submits a new one of these, yes, our notification SMS and notification email params are not actually showing everything that's unique about them. So email, yeah, that's huge. But this ends up being batch interval. See, why is it not completing that? Minutes. It's an integer. We default it to 60. Yeah, the syntax will get you. You start to get it pretty quick. All right, so yeah, we need to add batch interval minutes here. Yeah, I mean, one thing that's important is I wouldn't necessarily lean on it as the, oh my god, base your entire personality around it. There just aren't jobs for that. But learning a new language makes you better with other languages. So learning Elixir will make you a better everything else dev, right? Because good ideas are portable. So, I think that's the big thing people get hung up on. In a lot of cases, they think, well, I only need to learn one language, right? Which is the one that I should learn? You got to learn way more because you get better with all of them the more you learn. Same thing goes with front end frameworks. Right? Like, what's that quote from Big Trouble in Little China? He's talking about like Chinese philosophy or whatever. Jack Burton. It's Egg Shen that says it. They may not have it. It's a good one. Like, oh, here we go. Of course, the Chinese mix everything up. Look at what they have to work with. There's Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoist alchemy and sorcery. We take what we want and leave the rest, just like your salad bar. You can do the same thing with programming languages and patterns and ideas. Yeah, a little bit, for sure. Be like water, my friend. Yeah, I really like this movie. Especially when you consider like the time that it was made. Right? There was a lot of like the white savior bullshit in kung fu films back then. Like the show Kung Fu. It's about a white guy. Like what the fuck? Green Hornet. Main character is the white guy. Whereas like, they're still like experts at what they do kind of thing. Whereas instead, no, you know what? Jack Burton, he's the comic relief. He's like the opposite of what a lot of like Hollywood films were doing. Like he takes the John Carpenter took the idea and flipped it a bit in a way that makes it really fun. There you go, Didev. Yeah, that's a good Bruce Lee quote. Fuck yeah. Yeah, which is why he created Jeet Kune Do, right? Right? You don't have to be so like kick focused like Taekwondo. You don't have to be so form reliant like Kung Fu. Or stances or whatever you want to call them. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's cool. All right, so yeah, we get back to this part. We're going to need to stop and restart the server so that any of our changes to this take effect. One thing we're not doing is we're probably not spitting those values out when we do the responses. So we need to do that part. Oh, I forgot that part. So yeah, I forgot the example part in the request params. I feel like this unused could go away. I think that's a hack. But we'd have to double check that just to be sure. And it's outside of what we're trying to do right now. But maybe I want to do a to-do. Dodo. Totally different thing. Oh, and params don't have examples? I don't think I remembered that. Well, that's fine. Okay, so we should have all that. There's one place we're probably not getting all that when it comes back from the server, and we're not spitting it out on our JSON responses either. And that would be happening in here. Yep. So this is a bug, right? We got the email and the SMS, but we don't know which one is which. Yep, yes, this is where we get to this part again. We got to do the same thing, basically. Okay, cool, 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 cool. All right. I am out of water. Probably need more water. So I should go do that. Yeah. At this part, are we doing any mapping? Nope, it just comes out there. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to go pour some more water. And maybe I can pour a soda. should start cutting the soda again. Do like another proper cut. We'll see. Because yeah, I want to get down to 160 pounds. That'd be ideal. And I'm not there right now. You've been diluting your soda 10-1? Interesting. Like with seltzer water or something? Like with just extra carbonated water? Because the part I would be bummed on is like the flatness of it. But I could see adding like club soda or seltzer water. It's not a bad idea. That actually sounds really nice if you're doing like Sprite mixers. Oh, you don't care much for the carbonation? Yeah, there's something that just doesn't feel right on like a slightly flat soda. But no, I get that. I do the same thing for juice. Like if I buy some like cranberry juice or something, I'm typically like diluting it down halfway. Which they're already doing at the bottler anyway. But yeah, let me go grab some water. And fuck it, I'm gonna grab a soda too. Because it's in the fridge, which is the nice part. Okay. I grabbed ice packs from the freezer. They are in my pockets. And man, they help so much. Like try and get them towards your inner thigh. Because that's where like the femoral artery is, I believe. So yeah, if you can get these like ice packs right on your thighs, they cool off your blood real well. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the fake sugars. Like borderline conspiracy theory style. There is a portion of sucralose that you don't pee out. Where does it go? Maybe it's as benign as you sweat it out, but I feel like they would have caught that. When instead, my thought is, it's this thing that your body technically can't burn, right? So it's a sweetener that your body doesn't treat as real sugar. I don't have any way of backing this up, but it seems to me like if you're not peeing it out, it's attaching to your fat cells in a way that means like you might not ever be able to burn those fat cells because your body can't metabolize the fat that's attached to them. Or the sugar, the sucralose that's attached to them. I don't know for sure. I don't know. There was definitely something I read few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, where like calories from beverages, like sugar from beverages, is actually worse for you than sugar from foods. I'm curious about why. Like, I don't know the mechanism or anything, but something to think about. No, no, like, I mean, don't be scared about it. I'm saying you just got to look it up for yourself because I don't know. It's just like, yeah, there's a portion of sucralose you never expel in a way that they've measured. It's not a lot. It's a very small percent, like 1 or 2% of it. Still, I don't know, if you drink enough of it, it's probably not good. Where does it go? We just don't know. So like it's not just that I don't know, it's that nobody knows. That's the part that I don't like. Aspartame in too high of a dose does like stomach things, like stomach ulcer type stuff. Right, so hold on. There's sucralose, aspartame, and what's the other one? Stevia? Stevia just tastes weird. If you like the taste of stevia, that might be the right way to go. I don't know what they use in Coke Zero. Me personally, like beyond just the where does the sucralose go, I get headaches from it. And there's like a very distinct like flavor to it that I don't like. Like it's so bad I can just like I can drink a soda or anything or eat some candy or anything with sucralose in it and I just know I can taste it. And it really bums me out. Yeah, I hate stevia. Aspartame is what they use in Coke Zero? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of aspartame. Like in my opinion, aspartame is like the worst one for you. So I think it's interesting that it's the one that's in Coke Zero, most likely because it's the one that tastes the best, but I don't know if it's worth it. So, nah, you're probably just better off cutting out the sugar, right? You don't need the sweets. As I pour a soda. Oh, no worries, Marquez. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I just saw your friend request. I don't usually get to those till like after stream. But yeah, yeah, no worries. Yeah, really cool library actually. I'm curious, did you put some research into them? And yeah, we can look at it. This was the thing you were talking about the other day, like asking if you could share it. So yeah, no, we'll take a look. We'll look at the source code too, if that's all right. No, I appreciate you sharing that. That was cool. So yeah, it's called React Network Aware. Yeah, like let's look at the source code because I think some of this stuff is interesting. A lot of people are not aware of the connectivity API. Ooh, it's with a dash. And it may not be indexed yet, but I think that's fine. Let's just go NPM. That'll probably be the quickest way to find it. I'm seeing some of these, like detect offline. Looks like this is your new one. We'll get to it the other way. It just hasn't indexed it elsewhere. Yeah. I would actually recommend nobody use it until the source code is available. Right? Just for safety, you know? Because like there's no reason for something like that to be closed source. There's nothing proprietary about it. So yeah, I would love it if you would like share the source code. That'd be cool. We can go look at it though. Hey, you got 270 downloads. Bunch of that could be CI/CD or something, but yeah, good work, dude. I like your hooks. They make sense to me. Yeah, no, this is great, dude. Yeah, I just want to see the source code. Yeah. So, I don't know. Let me know when you get that uploaded. I don't think this works. Oh, it actually does. I still probably want to see, like, the uncompressed source code. But yeah, pretty small. Just 1.26. That's not bad. Yeah, if anything, make sure it's open source and you're getting those sweet, sweet stars on GitHub because it's basically a social media network now. Downloads are nice, stars are better. Yeah, it's a one-liner. Exactly. An LLM's unminifying ability? I'd be curious about that, Larobi. I'd be curious about that. Yeah, I've never tried that either. But yeah, let's look at a couple of these others. So I see a React Native one. That's a little lower level than you would need. But this one, net info. Yeah, I like yours already because it's providing more than just like the native whatever, right? Like it gives you meaningful hooks. So yeah, I like your API already better than what I'm seeing elsewhere. Yeah, who knows? You might even try contributing to this to add, those higher level hooks, or just create your own wrapper around this if it does things differently. I don't know. Totally up to you. Just throwing it out there. Stuff, you know, you decide what you actually want to do. I'm just thinking out loud. That's all. But yeah, considering other packages, right? Last published 8 years ago, you know, this is like the biggest and best one. I do wonder if some of these are technically complete. Right? Like how much actually needs to change. And this name seems familiar. Chris Bolden? That seems really familiar. But yeah, like this one is just, you know, it's components rather than the hooks. So it strikes me as this one might be much older, right? Like the original code is probably pre-hook. But yeah, the web specification, right? The online property of the navigator and all that. I assume you're doing similar stuff. You're just looking for like some of the props on the navigator. But yeah, I don't know. I want to see the source code because I'm curious. The connection prop probably has a bunch. This might be the main thing you're using, actually. Yeah, because I saw some of the strings that you were looking at were like 2G, 3G kind of stuff. This might not have all of that. Oh, looks like it does. Yeah, yeah. So the effective type. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so you're pretty much just directly wrapping the network information response, from what I can tell then. But yeah, well done. Good job. Yeah, you thought when I was like scrolling that minified source code, I wasn't actually understanding any of it. Now I saw a bunch of stuff in there. It doesn't mean I'm signing off on it being totally like non-malicious. You could have squeezed something in, but I don't think you did. I think the code would have been way bigger otherwise anyway. Okay, so back to what we're doing. We want to make sure that we are taking these values and spitting them out to the front end in a way that makes sense. That would be over here on the notification controller. And yeah, no worries, Marquez. Yep. It's just, I'm thanking you for not taking offense that I didn't want to look at it the other day. Like, I really appreciate that. We get it more often than I would like, where people are like, what, you don't want to look at the thing that I just hopped into stream just now to show you? And then I'm going to leave immediately after you do it? Right? Like, that's a common enough thing. But I usually push back on doing any, like, review type stuff on stream. Until we've seen that someone cares more than just spamming. For any of the regulars, yeah, show us what you're building, right? I just, I didn't recognize you quite as much, even if you've been following for ages, Which you have. Damn, you've been following for almost a year. So, yeah, my bad. I'm a bit of a skeptic. Speaking of my skepticism, yeah, I may end up doing this like interview with someone about like core beliefs. They are a Christian. They could be Mormon, could be whatever. I don't know. But they're doing some like school assignment thing where they got to like write about it. And they need to interview non-Christians to find like differing viewpoints and compare and contrast and blah blah blah. And I'm happy to do that. I don't want to discuss it all here on stream, but my philosophy is pretty open. I say it all the time. Right? Like in general, I'm agnostic, where sometimes I lean atheist. And that's mainly the way where like I hit this like sine wave, this like, this ebb and flow of everything is connected and nothing's connected, right? So if you've ever seen the movie I Heart Huckabees, man, yeah, they just really nailed it with my general like life philosophy as an agnostic. I don't know what's right. I pretty much feel like anything created by man as like a dogma is wrong though. Right? Like wrong enough to, why would you need to go do that with other people? But at the same time, if people find value in it, that is reason enough. So I don't know. Like, heavily agnostic. I think healthy skepticism is something everyone needs. I'm not a big fan of blind faith. Like, I definitely don't trust any book that was written by a person. But anyway, that's as deep as I want to get. Sorry. I just saw the confirmation message and I sent it out and I'm thinking about it. So let me get it out of my view so I'm not even thinking about it. There we go. Like, I will happily defend everyone's right to believe what they want, but I feel like that should go both ways, and it doesn't. Not every time. There you go. Exactly, Fievel. I like that. Yeah, yeah. Like, who knows? Who's to say any of us are real? We're just figments of the imagination of the dreamer. But whether we're real or not, whether we're in a simulation or not, does it actually matter? Should it change how you live your life? Probably not. If you're the kind of person that it would change your life, that's actually more questionable than, I don't know, believing in the crazier stuff. Fear of eternal retribution shouldn't automatically like be the thing that makes you a good person. You should want to be a good person for the sake of being a good person. Right? Empathy and all that. Like, who here has the hardest time doing an evil playthrough in a game that gives you the option of doing an evil playthrough? I don't think I've ever finished one. I don't think I've ever finished an evil playthrough of any single game. The most evil I go is like neutral, right? Damn neutrals. At least with their enemies, you know where they stand. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it makes me feel bad. Why would I want to play a game that makes me feel bad? Now, I say that, but I also play League of Legends, so there's some cognitive dissonance there. Yeah, I totally get it. Not, but I also play Singed in League of Legends. That's like the most evil character you can play besides Teemo. No. So I get that, Kenny. Right? There's a big difference between killing the faceless, right? Like just the random NPCs, versus making a decision story wise. Right? The decision has an impact. Now, if they made it to where, oh, you killed 2,000 civilians and that entire neighborhood is dying now, right? It's a ghost town. Like, if they had persistent stuff happening from that, that would totally change the game in something like a GTA. Right? Like, that'd be crazy. You know? Then would you go on those murderous rampages? Maybe not, if you saw, like, the cause and effect of it. A little bit Twitch, but not necessarily. In GTA, you still have the option of making decisions, and when you make those decisions, are you being as evil as the fucking receding hairline guy from GTA 5 is? Right? What's his name? Trevor? Right? Do you go full Trevor? Nobody goes full Trevor. Nobody goes full Trevor. Right? Even in Trevor's scenes, when you have a decision to make, do you go full Trevor? No, you don't do what Trevor would have done. You do what you would do in that situation. Nobody goes full Trevor. Now, they do all have really good, interesting moral arcs. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So it's Trevor, Michael, and... What's the third guy's name? Michael's the one I relate to the most, right? Michael, Trevor, and... Start with a J? Franklin! Okay. I was close. No, it's Franklin, that's right. And now I can hear. Yeah, with his yee ass haircut. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, now I can hear Michael saying, "Hey, Franklin." Right? Like, in my head. It just, yeah, my brain wasn't filling that in. No, I think that game's going to be amazing. I'm just bummed it's not going to come to a good platform for a while, right? Like, I'm going to need the PC version. There's no way I'm buying a fucking PS5 or 6 or whatever for that game. Like, no. No. But you know what? Maybe they're doing me a favor. Because if they delay it long enough, then I can justify upgrading my entire PC instead of just the graphics card that I upgraded recently. It is, yeah, it's console first. It's going to be PlayStation, and I think Xbox first, but PlayStation might even get, like, the full treatment. They may get, like, a 3-month exclusive. I can't remember if I've heard that or not. Dude, if they Steam OS it, I could get a Steam Deck. Damn, and Valve has the money to make that happen. Ooh. Might be on Game Pass for a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I doubt it'll be on Game Pass. But maybe. I could see it going to Game Pass when they do the PC launch. No, and I get that, Twitch Unruffled. Yeah, it's like a focused, lean OS versus one that tries to do everything. Like, yeah, obviously, the lean OS is going to be better. The fact that Steam made it Linux-based instead of trying to, like, gut the macro kernel or whatever of, like, a Windows build, which they could totally make happen via money. You know, Valve is just right here in Bellevue, right? Microsoft's right here in Redmond. They could work together if they wanted. Hold on, wait. Is it Valve? No, I'm thinking of Epic. Shit. Hold on. Is Valve in Bellevue too? I know Epic's in Bellevue. I'm mixing those up. Bellevue. Yeah. Okay, yep. Dude, it's crazy. Like, it's crazy how much Bellevue is like a hub for gaming. I think, yeah, Epic with Unreal. I think, doesn't Unity have their offices up here? No, they're in San Fran? Okay. Yeah, for the Steam Deck, they did their own OS. Yeah, it's really cool. Casey said Linux debugging is big suck. And when you say Casey, do you mean Casey Muratori? Or a different Casey? I know he's on Prime's stand up or whatever so often that we're all on a first name basis with him, right? Okay, just making sure. Yeah, yeah. Nah, just double checking. Yeah, I don't know anything about any of his stuff. He's a bit like before I knew about Twitch. Like he had already stopped doing Twitch stuff by the time I started, so I'm just not familiar. I've heard he's really good. Yeah, yeah. And like the stuff I've seen on the stand up seems cool. He's kind of back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He doesn't run his own channel on Twitch though, still, right? I could be wrong about that. He is on Substack though. Okay, that's cool. He used to run a channel here on Twitch though, right? And that was the whole Molly Rocket thing? Okay, cool. Yeah, just double checking. Just making sure I'm understanding all of this stuff. Computer enhanced Substack? Hold on. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. What is Substack? I thought Substack was just like a blog. Right? It's just like a blog platform, right? Is it more than that? Oh, it's like video and all that shit? Oh. So it's like an everything catch-all, huh? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I always equated Substack with basically just being just Joseph Gordon-Levitt even has a Substack? Oh wow. Okay, so it's big time. So it's not just tech, it's like it's everything. Oh. I did not know that. Oh. Yeah, no, I had no idea. I just thought Substack was like a hash node or a dev.to or a hacker noon. Right? I just thought it was like another blog post aggregator. And maybe they started out that way and I just never kept up to date with it. Wait, what is handmade? Hold on, we're gonna skip this song. I don't need no singing. Get out of my ear, temptress. That's fine. I'm just kidding. Handmade's a thing, and now it's a movement. All that matters is the bass and the movement. Anyone who got that reference, yeah, your knees hurt when you wake up in the morning, right? Atmosphere finally made a good record. Yeah, that shit almost sounds convincing. And that's a lyric from an Atmosphere song. The last time I felt as weak and contemplative as this was the last time we played a show in Cincy. It's not weak and contemplating. It's like the last time I was as sick and contradictive? Maybe, I don't know. Something like that. Anyone here listen to Atmosphere? I know, it's like old school hip hop at this point, which makes me feel really old. But yeah, no, Substack. I'm gonna have to keep that like as a note. Like, we may need to do some Get Cracking content over there. Like, why not? Last time I felt as sick and contradictive as this. Yeah, I think that's the line. Yeah, it really does date me, but I really think hip hop was the best during the early 2000s. It was just so good. You made a 2,000 line commit. I mean, you should have broke that up a bit, Lightspeed. Come on, you know better than that. It's fine. You know, I get it. I do big PRs too. If you're the only person working on it, it doesn't matter that much. But yeah, good job. Proud of you. And what's up, Ethan, Mr. Sir? Dude, Ethan. Funny thing. I went and changed up my build yesterday. I became the gas grenade exploder, like archer. And I soloed that boss that we had to like cheese. Soloed. Yeah, dude. It's crazy. It's kind of a boring build, and I run out of mana pretty quickly, but dude, insane. Like, it's so good. Because the whole key to the build is you buy a helmet that ignites people, and then once they're ignited, you just spam like the gas grenades, and they explode the gas grenades when they walk over the poison gas or whatever. So it's just like fire explosions happening everywhere. So it'll synergize really well with your build because part of your build is igniting people with your shout, right? But all they got to do is walk near me and they get ignited immediately anyway, which I think is also just really nice for you. So yeah, I think we might synergize really well with these characters. Am I going to stick with that build forever? No, I'll see it through till endgame maybe, because I think it goes until easily mid to late tier endgame. And yeah, it's definitely more fun than the warrior build I had originally, where I'm just like shouting all the time. Right? The Max Cavalera build. Right? The Sepultura build. The Pantera build, whatever you want to call it, either way. Wait. So you went grocery shopping, came back with some steaks and other stuff, and got a parking ticket, said you parked and walked off? You walked into the grocery store. Yeah, I mean, you can fight that ticket with just a receipt. Dude, you can fight that ticket real easy with just a receipt. Ah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, it could have been just some asshole was trying to, you know, 1 minute before you paid for your groceries, dude. Yeah, and just some jerk going for his quota. That happens. They saw someone walking from your general area elsewhere and were like, fuck it, I'll just tag everyone. We'll see if they complain or if I get my quota bumped up. Right, you saw someone else park and walk off. Yeah, of course. Dude, yeah, people suck. Oh, man. It is what it is. Is what it is. All right, so one thing I wanted to do. Ah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, again, it's because the parking company realizes that if they ticket enough people, a percentage of them won't fight it. Like, that's literally the name of the game. I mean, Twitch unruffled. Yeah, you're getting slightly ruffled, so sorry about that. But honestly, there's something special about it, right? Pick a font that is so distinctly different from the font that you do your code review on GitHub or Bitbucket or whatever with. Just by seeing your code in a different font from the one that you normally work with, it forces you to like read it just differently. You can't scan it the exact same way. So you'll actually catch bugs doing your own code review on GitHub or Bitbucket or Azure DevOps or any of that shit. So there you go. If you're using Lasevka, I'm sure it's different enough from what GitHub uses by default, right? So you're getting like that benefit. So yeah, as long as you're doing that, you're good to go. But if you're using something like Thera code or just something like so generically the same as what they use, I don't have any numbers to back this up. This is just something I believe in. I believe fundamentally, by seeing it in a different font, your brain processes it differently. Oh, I mean, yeah, Twitch Unruffled. Hold on. Have you ever seen a smoother, thick arrow in your life? Nah, man. There's no edges on that arrow. Easy living, smooth sailing, right? How's your code gonna flow if your font doesn't flow? No, like, I got a font I need. I'm very much of the mind that I don't want to fuck with my font or my theme or any of that shit that's just really superfluous. I don't want to think about it. Like, I made this as one of the very first things, right? This font, it's just Comic Sans, but I added ligatures. That was one of the very first things we did on stream 7 years ago. And I don't care. Yeah. Like, pick what you want, use it, And who gives a shit anymore? Like, nah, just write the code. Yeah, I push back every time someone's like, "Ooh, what's the theme?" It doesn't matter, dude. You've got themes. Find one you like. You're fucking done. No, and we've had this conversation. Space Case, if you're out there, I totally recognize it, and it's a valid opinion. But it's like the people that are sitting there editing their NeoVim config as their weekend project. If you find joy in it, then keep doing it. I just think there's so much better stuff you could do with your time. You could be just sitting there lazing about in bed, and I find that more valuable than fiddling with your fucking NeoVim config. You're better off just laying in bed doing nothing, in my opinion, right? Because we all need time like that. We all need wasted time. But, you know, if editing your NeoVim config is the way you choose to waste some time, well, fuck it. I'm okay with that. Doesn't affect me. Do whatever you want. If you truly enjoy letting that be the way you waste time, we all waste time. I don't trust someone who doesn't waste time. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, if you care about your dot files and it's your favorite way to just burn time, well, then do it. You know, don't let me fault you. Am I gaining anything when I go golf? Not at all. Golfing is a really just fantastic way to waste some time. Yeah, as long as you enjoy wasting your time that way, awesome. Who am I to judge? We're only human. We will judge a little bit, but meh, you know, I get it. Right? In general, time enjoyed is not time wasted. Are some people realizing where time enjoyed got her stream name from? Yeah, she hasn't been streaming much lately for reasons that I don't know. If you were a part of the community, you'd know. I don't know if it's worth us talking about, but yeah, no, I think she's totally enjoying her time away from stream in like a really cool, valid way. From time to time, no pun intended. Yeah, she's great. Yep. Damn, it is warm out today. You guys are real close to getting a free beanie list stream. We'll see what temperature it gets down to tonight. It might not get cold enough tonight for it to cool off in this office tomorrow. So tomorrow might be a beanie list stream. I'm not happy about it. I don't mind the beanie. Like, yeah, I don't care about the beanie. But, dude, it's 91 for you. So, yes, I'm complaining to the wrong person. Let me put it this way. Hold on. It's 83 outside. 30.7 degrees Celsius inside. So, yeah, I'm in the 90s here right now. 87. We're 87 in this room. That fucking sucks. Yeah, dude, I got 3 monitors, a laptop, a Mac Mini, 2 PCs, my mixer, 4 universal power supplies, a mini fridge, my lights. Dude, I got too much shit in this room. Yeah. My dream is to have enough space to like move all of this shit into a separate space. And then my stream room is just maybe the monitors, but like not the PCs, not any of this shit. And I just have long enough cables to shift that heat elsewhere. It's a pipe dream. We'll see. One of these days. Not today. Yeah, does my weather command still work? On, we got like a 30-second timeout. Yeah, weather Calgary. Yeah, rub it in, why don't you? Yeah, Jason, sorry, we're rubbing it in now. Yeah. No, Jason lives in literal hell. Like, I've gone to Vegas during the winter and some of the fountains were frozen. Hell froze over. It actually happened. I seen it. I seen it. Vegas in January, baby. But it was still like t-shirt weather out somehow. Like the fountain was frozen, but it was still like t-shirt weather. I don't get that. That was the weirdest thing. Like, that was the weirdest damn thing. But yeah, so let's keep hacking on this. What we need to do then is, yes, for email, you'll take 108 over 90s and humid. I'm miserable either way. I don't know. Yeah, the whole dry heat, wet heat thing. I'm still not sure I noticed much of a difference. Too hot's too hot. Right? It's like the Mr. Incredible. Too hot is too hot. I don't give a shit if it's humid or what. It's too hot. What temperature is it? Literally just too hot. The number matters less and less. It's just too hot. Like my ice packs in my pockets are getting really warm right now. They're not cold enough to cool me. Humid shade barely helps and wet towel is useless. Maybe. You know what's the most interesting aspect of any of that stuff? It's about relative temperature. Right? So, like, an ice cube on the wrists will cool you down way more than pretty much anything else, right? Like, it's about relativity and, like, cooling your blood, not just, like, the outside of you. Like, there was a thing a long time ago, or not a long time ago, like years ago, where it was like a watch you would wear, but it had just like a Peltier cooling unit on your wrist. And it wasn't about always being on, because if it's always on, it doesn't do what it needs. But the moment that you're getting like too hot, it does that and it makes you feel cooler, right? Because it's about relativity. But yeah, no, like I think the big thing you're talking about, Jason, is there needs to be wind. If it's humid and it's windy, ooh, you're set, man. Wind in a cold, like in a dry environment, doesn't actually help because your sweat evaporates away too quickly. So it's less about like the humidity and more about the stagnant air, in my opinion. If you got a good steady breeze, I don't care about humidity. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? If the humidity is too high, your sweat lingers on you, but it means that a wind gets caught better, right? So it's all about like, is there a good breeze? If there's no good breeze, then yeah, too hot is too hot. But like a breeze in the desert really doesn't do that much for you. No, you're right. Yeah, there's like, yeah, it's about the extremes. I agree with that. I don't know. I still think more than anything, if it's a hot day, you just need a breeze. Some breeze makes me feel fine. What mental image is conjured by everyone when they hear or are reminded of that song? To me, when I am reminded of that song, Summer Breeze Makes Me Feel Fine, like that song, I immediately think of the movie Land of the Lost. When they're like tripping balls. That's the mental image I get immediately. Like, dude, I love that movie. I thought it was so good. If you don't like, if you don't like Will Ferrell, you're gonna hate it because it's a lot of like Will Ferrell humor. I fucking love that movie. I fucking love that movie. It's just the right amount of like bullshitting around with just good banter. It's just the right amount. Never trust a man in a tunic. Told you, dude. Tunic. Told you, dude. I can see how some people cannot sanction his buffoonery. Some people know exactly where I took that quote from. If you don't know where that quote comes from, that is something Tommy Lee Jones said more straight-faced than Tommy Lee Jones has ever been, which is saying a lot, right to Jim Carrey's face. I cannot sanction your buffoonery. Damn, dude. To get roasted by Tommy Lee Jones like that? Woo! I bet that still keeps Jim Carrey up at night. Like, he wakes up in a cold sweat. God. What did he mean? Is that even the right use of the word sanction? It's Tommy Lee Jones. He went to Harvard. It probably is. Oh, yeah. The Matt Lauer interviews in Land of the Lost, right? At the beginning when he's being ridiculed and then at the end. And the title of your book is right here. You have to say the title. No. You have to say the title. It's in my contract. You have to say the title. Dr. Rick Marshall with his book, Matt Lauer Can Suck It. I can't believe your agent signed off on that. He totally oh man, yeah, there's so many good bits to that. It's just a fun movie. I don't know if I trust people that didn't just have fun watching that movie. Like, going into it with the wrong expectations, setting yourself up for failure, but man, if you go into that movie with no expectations, yeah. When I said no expectations just now, my brain immediately went to Mad TV. Lowered expectations. Beep. Yeah, exactly, Jason. You knew exactly what I'm talking about. Right? Like the video dating service from Mad TV back in the day. Yep, totally. You do the whole Lonely Hearts thing? I'm a 34-year-old IT man that lives in his mother's basement. Yes, I do the whole Lonely Hearts thing. Totally different show, but basically the same meme. Hi, girls! Maurice Moss or Moss for ya. Right? Like, I'm doing his accent badly. I'm in the toilet, but I'm not on the toilet. My mom's listening to Diagnosis Murder at full volume, and it drives me up the wall. Moss, what are you doing in there? Leave me alone, Mom. Ugh. You're making it go back in. I've seen way too much IT crowd. I definitely left off some lines there, but yeah, love that show. Anyway, back to what we're building. I know, I'm taking my sweet time. I think we're set here, though. And yeah, I mean, Jason, how many channel points are you sitting on right now? $1.12 million? It's not so bad. I think we might have a couple people with more than you at this point. Who's the highest channel point holder right now? Chaotic, what are you at right now? Like, Ethan, how many you got going? You only have 910. Yeah. Right? Where's your 3 commas, man? Or 2 commas, I guess. Dos commas. I'm curious what Unruly Hotfixer's at, too. See, this is a thing that as a streamer, I should be able to look up. I should be able to see who the biggest, like, channel point holders on my stream are. All right, the fact that they hide that. What is this? The Cayman Islands? This is channel point audit evasion. Yeah, exactly, Jason. It's gnarly. Yeah, channel point measuring contest moment. Exactly. Okay, so I think we're at the point where we need to start creating these notifications. We need to try to create one, then we need to see... Right, we don't need to start sending the emails yet for batching them. Grower, not a shower. Yeah, touche. MacGruber. Meanwhile, you could be Willem Dafoe and you could be both. All right, BRB, let me go grab another soda. I was thinking about keeping it to just the one. What fun is that? So let me go grab another soda. Let me go use the restroom and I'll be right back. I'm going to swap these ice packs for some fresh cold ones. BRB. Okay. MacGruber versus MacGyver. I mean, MacGruber does that, the celery trick. I don't think MacGyver could compete. Oh, so now MacGruber is a parody of MacGyver. It's played by Will Forte from Saturday Night Live. There was a film made, easily like over 10 years ago at this point, like 15 years ago maybe. It's worth watching. It's not the greatest film ever made, but I think you'd enjoy watching it at least once. As part of like the marketing campaign, though, the actor Will Forte in MacGruber like Get Up, he actually did a Playgirl like photo shoot. And yeah, he's a grower, not a shower. That's where that came from. Like, that's something he said like in an interview at one point. Never seen it myself, but I do remember the memes and the jokes about it. And no offense if someone has these. Like, whatever. Do whatever you want. This is America. Okay, so hold on. Before we even do this part, I think we'll do a full reset anyway, just to be sure. All right, we changed enough stuff. We modified migrations and some other things. We'll build the SDK. That bodes well. We'll launch the dev server. All right, so now we got to go log in again. Twitch. Yeah. I said that literally. Maybe you just came back. But yes, SNL did the original thing. Will Forte was the actor. And their spoof was called MacGruber. They eventually did a film. And the film is actually what I recognize because I don't remember the skits. Like, I never saw any of the skits. But the film was fun. I enjoyed the film. Yeah. It's very much like... not quite as random as a Will Ferrell movie, but it's like the same era of comedy, you know? So it's not as bad as like Anchorman and things being just like totally like improv, but the comedy is basically like the same level, right? The same like maturity. Maybe even less mature than Anchorman. No, it's about the same. It's a fun film. It is not something I would bring children to watch. Keep that in mind. Yeah, Twitch Unruffled. Did you not know there's an entire MacGruber film? Yeah. Yeah, and like, yeah, you must have missed when I mentioned it, but Will Forte raised a bunch of ruckus because he did a like in-character MacGruber photo shoot for Playgirl. And that's where the whole like grower not a shower thing, like that's the reference I made. Because in interviews, that was one of like the things he said. He's a grower, not a shower. Mm-hmm. Exactly, dude. Like, dude's got a real sense of humor about himself in like such a cool way. We do have a command, Albeatum. Yeah, it's normally project. When we do some random thing, we usually don't switch it, but yeah, that is the main project at the moment. But yeah, exactly. Twitch unruffled. Like, yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, no worries. I'll beat him. Yeah, we're good. Shucks. All right, so we got some error. It didn't get created. 957596. Verified. My voice is my passport. Verify me. Who here remembers what that's from? Give one more hint before it totally gives it away. C-Tech Astronomy. Yeah, the front end typo is fine. Man, I can't believe there's no one here that immediately wasn't like, ooh, I know the movie. C-Tech Astronomy doesn't do it for people? My voice is my passport. Verify me doesn't do it for people? Trying to think of like another good one that doesn't give it away. You can have anything you want, and you want a Winnebago. Oh no, that's not even the line. A Winnebago. Yeah, a Winnebago. And then dude's like, I just want her number. There you go, Jason. Sneakers, yes. I'm not giving you that. Wait a minute. Hold on. You can have anything you want, and you want my number? Yeah. 555-0319. Oh, that's fine, Jason. It's still required, like, reading. Come on, man. That is still required watching. If you're in tech and you haven't seen the film Sneakers, you're fucking up. You're fucking up. So yeah, a bunch of people have homework now. The movie is called Sneakers. It's like a hacker's film. Oh, well, yeah. Typing the word sneakers isn't going to do it for you. The film Sneakers is fucking amazing. Like, look at that cast. Robert Redford, Dan Aykroyd, Ben Kingsley, River Phoenix, Sidney Poitier, David Strathairn, Mary McConnell, or McDonnell. You know who she is, technically, but you probably don't know her by name. You don't know Robert Redford by name. You don't know Dan Aykroyd by name. Come on. Come on. You don't know Ben Kingsley by name? He's the white guy that played Gandhi. Maniac, you should recognize Ben Kingsley, if only for the fact that why the fuck is he playing Gandhi? You know? Why the fuck did he play Gandhi? Because he's an amazing fucking actor. That's basically it. Bollywood, not Hollywood. No, I get it. I get it. It makes sense. This is like pre-Bollywood, though. I actually don't know when Bollywood actually started. I'm actually curious about that. How long has Bollywood truly been, like, a big thing? No. It's probably not pre-Bollywood. Well, I mean, Gandhi might be pre-Bollywood. Like, when did Bollywood start? Oh, Bollywood's actually way older. Okay. Yeah, no. Never mind. Way older. I just didn't realize it started that early. Yeah, I was expecting it like 60s, but you're right. No, pre-Bollywood, no, totally not pre-Bollywood. I didn't realize that Bollywood went back that far. David Strathairn. That's Jason Bourne. Dude, he's done so much stuff. Yeah, David Strathairn's great. Like, he's not someone you'd recognize by name, but you've seen him. You know? My favorite David Strathairn isn't even a movie. It's that music video. LCD sound system. We're not going to listen to it because this song actually, like, brings tears to my eyes. It's like, Oh Baby or whatever. This song. Oh my god. Yeah. If you're willing to, like, cry a little bit right now, yeah, maybe check out this music video. Right? The song's good. The music video will make you feel things. Dude, it's gnarly. It's so well done. It is so well done. Like, the song's great. The music video is perfect. All right, let's figure out the bug. Messijo.notifications.notification email does not implement access behavior. Now, the thing is, we were able to create it, but in creating it, we didn't get that value. And the problem, then, is that we're doing... It's in the JSON stuff, actually. No, it's not even the polymorphism. No, that's not it. The issue is that, I mean, it is related to our polymorphism, but it's not the same classic polymorphism issue. The error actually comes from us creating a thing, but not sending that value back. So this is the access syntax that they're talking about. No worries there, Twitch Unruffled. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the follow. I saw it 43 minutes ago. I forgot to say thanks, though. But I stream 5 days a week, so I'm sure I'll see you again soon. Jake Gyllenhaal. Yeah, no, he's good. I've actually been meaning to watch the newer, like, Roadhouse. Hold on, let me throw Twitch back into streamer mode. I think I forgot to turn that back on. Not Twitch, sorry, Discord. There we go. But yeah, have a good night there, Unruffled. Enjoy your sleep. We'll see you again soon. Same Chris time, same Chris channel. New Roadhouse is a hoot, but you have to pretend you didn't watch the original? Okay. I have a hard time taking the original seriously. And I've never, like, I don't think I've ever seen it all the way through, or I've never seen it all the way through in one sitting, or it's just been too long. But I did see the first, like, 40 minutes at one point recently, and it's okay. It's just, it's hard to take the Dirty Dancing guy seriously as a badass. Because he isn't. He really isn't. No, he's a dancer. Literally, Patrick Swayze got his start in the industry because he's a dancer, and his mom was like the owner of a dance studio. I just can't see him as a badass. I just can't do it. It's impossible. He's cool. He's not a badass. You know, like, come on, man. You think of Family Guy too much? I don't remember that part. I don't remember the reference. But yeah, hold on. Let me read up. So, you feel so good today. You had a productive work day. You went out and touched some grass, played some badminton with strangers, slept on time, and now you're up for the next day just around sunrise. Fuck yeah, Maniac. That's awesome, man. There's an episode where he just keeps talking about Roadhouse. Ooh, I gotcha. Is he roasting it, or is he a fan? I feel like he should be roasting it. So Maniac, you're going to get tickets for the F1 movie. A lot of people reviewing it are saying it's IMAX worthy. Am I understanding the way you said that? Okay. Yeah, I don't even know who's in it. That's a Brad Pitt movie, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen a trailer for it or anything yet. I feel like I have seen like a screenshot or something, like IMDb. Like, they've been shoving that movie down our throats, right? Here's the thing, Jason. If they didn't just, like, spin it up and tear it down, if it was just there all the time, traffic would be fine because stuff would route around it just fine. I don't understand the reasoning of putting the shit up and taking it down every 6 months. Right? Like, you're fucking up the entire traffic of the area for 6 months at a time when you could just leave it up and traffic would reroute. Is that just in general how street circuits work? Yeah, no, I get it, Jason, but man, I don't know. And the big thing is, putting it up and then taking it down is actually like a lot of job creation. So there's like a big incentive for just like a use of all that labor. It does hurt the small businesses. Yeah, 1,000%. Yeah, I don't watch F1, so I'm not aware of like what all these things deal with anyway. I just still think like, man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. One thing to remember is that Vegas is bleeding money. They gotta do stuff like F1 to bring people to Vegas outside of just gambling and hedonism. Hey, come on, Lightspeed. No, we don't need spoilers right now. Come on, man. Like, it's still in theater. I know it doesn't spoil that much, but come on. Let people experience it for the first time. Oh, yeah, Jason, like, too much shit going on. But they gotta do other stuff to bring people into the city, right? Because gambling isn't enough anymore. And then, hold on, real quick. Why is Seattle so hot today? Revisualize. Dude, it's miserable. In this room right here, I'm at 30.7 degrees, which is like 88. Like, it's 83 outside, but this room is always consistently 5 degrees hotter. So, yeah, I'm miserable right now. If it were like 1 or 2 degrees hotter in this room, you'd be getting a free beanie list right now. My beanie would not be on, and my hair would be unkempt and terrible. You guys would be getting fucking, like, blinded by the glare. And it's not, like, there's no direct light hitting my head. Besides, like, these lights. But no, like, when your forehead is so, like, smooth and shiny that it amplifies the glare coming off it. Yep. Yeah, I got that going. The Omnimax. Yes, exactly. The Omnimax. It's why you keep sunglasses on your desk, just in case I take the beanie off. I get it. Totally. I get it. All right, so here's the big thing. This show event from creating a new notification, that's the thing that yelled at us. We were able to create the notification just fine, but then after the create, rendering this broke for us. Because create notification technically create notification email didn't come back with that. Do I have a personal review of uploadthing.com? I have never used it myself, so take it easy. Someone you play pool with bought a house on the east side. Yeah, I'm over here in Redmond. Yeah, it's nice over here. There's no way I can afford a house. I'm actually considering buying an apartment, or sorry, a condo, like in Belltown. Just because I feel like that stuff would go up in value enough over time that it's like a safe investment where I could also just live in Belltown for a while too. Sure, I'd be paying a bunch in interest by buying right now, but I can always refinance if rates go lower. Yeah, Inner Bay. Ooh, yeah, I've golfed it at Inner Bay, and that's probably where I would golf in general if I moved to Belltown, for sure. I haven't decided yet. Yeah, yeah. But Maniac, to your question, how do I feel about Upload Thing? I have not used it myself, and I don't think I will ever need to use it. I consider AWS S3, right, pre-signed post and pre-signed upload, or pre-signed URL, to be easy enough that I can just do it. I'll just put in the little bit of effort and own my own data and pay pennies on the dollar. If you've never done that before and you just want to get launched, Upload Thing is really good for that. Like, I've had conversations with Mark and Theo about this, like in Portland, going from like place to place, you know, like we're in an Uber going to the next area, right? To like where some after party is. And we had this exact conversation. Yeah, if you've done pre-signed URLs and pre-signed post, you probably don't need it. Right? It's a couple hours of your day and you're done. And then you basically never need to touch it again. But if you've never done S3 and pre-signed URLs and pre-signed post, there is value. Now, one thing I want to point out is you may have done pre-signed URLs. What version of the signature were you using? If you were on signature v3, pre-signed URL is actually a bad idea. You need signature v4 to actually enforce like a maximum upload limit. On signature v3 with a pre-signed URL, someone could upload terabytes of data. So you were on v4 of the signature, good to go. Totally fine. Yep. Yeah, the problem with pre-signed URL back in the day is that it didn't have a way of restricting the maximum file size you would allow someone to upload. So then you would have to use pre-signed post instead. Now that v4 is standardized for pre-signed URLs, you're good to go and you're totally fine. But this is one of those things that I think their docs didn't point out until you knew you needed it. And there are a lot of people that got burned by it because they were unaware and the docs didn't point it out. And that's part of the reason why Upload Thing's so valuable, because they started it back when these things were still a bit ambiguous. I still think it is a valuable thing to do, especially for people that don't know anything about hosting and infrastructure and all that shit, and they just want to launch some side project. So the same customers of Vercel in general are the same customers of Upload Thing, right? That Venn diagram is almost just a circle. And that's not to say, like, oh, how dare you, like, learn the thing. Like, no, like, is it worth your time to learn and master S3? Or do you just want to launch a product? There's a big difference there. If you make enough product, yeah, you should probably just learn the fundamentals first. If it's your first product you're ever launching, you just want to get it up there, dude, Upload Thing is the right choice. For a hobby project, maybe, but here's the thing. You don't own your data on Upload Thing. All of your data is going to their own bucket. So it depends on the kind of data you're uploading. Yeah. Yeah, all that data lives in their bucket, and they're just doing like the multi-tenant aspect of segmenting the data within that bucket. I'm pretty sure, yes, it's all a single bucket, too. Is there a chance of leaking that data? No, they've got enough in there, right, to prevent you from being able to do that. Because everything has to go through the pre-signed URL aspect of it to even grant access for readability. It's not like it's a public bucket, you know? But if you care about data ownership, if you're having users upload personal information, yeah, upload things a no-go. If they're just uploading profile like images, who cares? Who gives a shit? Blog post images, who cares? Who gives a shit? PII though? No. And real quick, snow in December. Sorry, you asked a question a minute ago, and I got hung up answering another question. So 1 second. What are we building today? Sorry there, Snow. Project is the thing. And then typically I do a today command, which tells you exactly what we're working on for the thing that is our current project. So is that enough info? And thank you for the follow. Snowin, appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. All right, so yeah, we ran into this bug, and it's simply because of how we're fetching the data. You didn't follow, but you'll figure it out? No, you literally did just follow. You did. I see it. I see it right now. Yeah, you did follow. Ah, that's a different thing. Okay. Wait, what? Like, I'm seeing it, dude. No, I get what you mean. No, hold on. We don't like to blame that stuff. Misunderstandings happen. Words are words, and sometimes we use them wrong. That's okay. No. I fundamentally push back on blaming a condition. Whether you have it or not, we don't like to joke about it. If you don't have it, you definitely shouldn't joke about it, right? But even if you do, we don't like making light of it. Because it's also not an excuse, you know? Now, I understand. I still disagree on the sentiment. Words are hard. That's just the universal human condition. You don't need to blame something. And I think using it as a crutch doesn't help. We all got this big old brain that we can use to be better. The moment we say, well, I have this thing so I don't have to be better, that becomes a problem, you know? Right? Like, believe in your own agency to do better regardless of what you consider an issue or not. Sorry, this is like, it's like a major theme here on stream. So I'm not trying to lecture you. I'm just trying to let you understand the vibe that we're going for. There are people who are maybe obsessive as a personality trait that may not have OCD, or they may have OCD, but I still don't like to see people throw those terms around. You know? Very similar. I hope that makes sense. You can say you're obsessive. Sure. You can say you have a hard time with phrasing sometimes. To just blanket blame a condition, though, I think that is counterproductive. You don't have to agree. I'm just letting you know where I'm coming from. I think we can have better conversations because of it. We good? All right, cool. Just making sure. Yeah. I wasn't trying to lecture. I wasn't trying to make you feel bad about any of it or anything. I just think we have better conversations when we're not blaming something, you know? And I'm not saying you were, but it can come across that in text. Like, nuance is lost when using text. My whole point is that I don't think we have to. Because if you think you have to, I don't know if you got my point. You are capable of having a conversation with us right now. It's not a crutch. It's not some giant debilitating thing. No, sorry. So that's where I disagree, Snowin. It's all within your control. That was actually the point I'm trying to make. A condition doesn't dictate your actions. A condition dictates how you react to a moment internally, and how you choose to do that externally is still a decision you make. We all have that separation of who we are internally and how we present that. Now, I think the awareness is just wrong. Sorry, I totally disagree. No, because it's not even necessarily genetic, it's chemistry. And it's like, that is so different from genes. Right? Brain chemistry and genetics are not one and the same. And even then, nah, like, you got this big old brain. You can establish a filter between how you interpret something and how you present yourself to the world. I know it's not the exact same, but just imagine if someone was like, well, no, I'm just a jerk, so I get to just be a jerk. No. Sorry. No. You decide to let your internal monologue become external. Right? That's what I'm getting at. We all have this ability to be intentional about what we say and what we do. Regardless of the shit going on inside, we still have the choice to be who we are externally. And that is what I'm getting at, right? Like, the moment you start using a label as an excuse, I don't agree with it. That's all. And that's fine. Totally. That's the whole point, right? We have the ability to think about these things. That's a power we should leverage. And the moment you start just blaming a condition, you're no longer letting yourself think about what you could have done better. It just becomes the thing you just push off to the side. I'm not saying you're necessarily doing that. I'm saying just in general, when people do use those labels as an excuse, it's not a good excuse. Because you still have the power to think about it, to do something differently. And I think we all need to embrace that power, right? That agency. Right? We all have coping mechanisms, right? Internally, I'm a fucking asshole. Does that give me a reason to be an asshole externally? No. I have coping mechanisms to not be the asshole that I feel like I am inside. I know that's a bit like minimizing of the experience. I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm just trying to like create a parallel. So again, not trying to minimize anything. I get it. Nothing's easy. But I think it's the effort that makes it valuable. Anyway, let me get more music on. 1 second. Exactly, Jason, right? Yeah, we make the joke here on stream, right? Like, you're seeing Chris. The jerk up here, that dude's Topher. I can't let Topher run the keys to the kingdom. Dude. Can't do it. He's the same jerk that sits on a chairlift and thinks, you know, I could just jump off. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Come on, man. I can't let those intrusive thoughts win. Why would I do that? It's not the exact same thing. And I'm fully saying right now, they're not the exact same thing. But you should be able to see some kind of analog, right? Some kind of parallel. Exactly. 1000%. And that's something every single human does, right? We all have to do that. Because nobody's the exact same. There's no such thing as truly neurotypical, in my opinion. Right? There are things that line up that we may all have somewhat in common neurotypically. But everyone's fucking weird, dude. Everyone's weird in here. You can't let that weird out all the time. That'd be one hell of a society, wouldn't it? And that weird is sometimes not even what you truly think. It's just sometimes that thought bubbles up. You can't let every thought that bubbles up in your head be something you say. Dude. That just doesn't work. Because every thought you have isn't necessarily you. It's just your brain doing a thing. Yeah, exactly, dude. Holding that tube of toothpaste. What if I just like treat it like astronaut food? Well, you shouldn't do that. That thought should never win. We've all thought it. Hey, this tube of toothpaste is astronaut food. Nom, 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 nom. No, don't do that. You should probably get your stomach pumped. But we all have those, like, intrusive thoughts. Every single human being has intrusive thoughts, regardless of some diagnosis or other thing they've done. What separates us from animals is not acting on those intrusive thoughts. I could just jump off this chairlift 50 feet off the ground. Why would I do that? That would be terrible. That'd be a terrible thing. But I think that thought, oh, what if I just jumped? Way too much. way too much. And I snowboard a lot. Nah, man. You got to separate yourself from the brain chemistry of it. Gin and Diet Mountain Dew. Okay. Authorities, yep, straight to the asylum. Come on, get out of here, straight to jail. I'm kidding, by the way. Like, do whatever you want. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck, man. Do whatever you want. But yeah, sorry, Snowin, you weren't looking for that lecture. I apologize for the lecture. But I do think there was a good conversation to have about it. Whether you agree or not, that's fine. We don't all have to completely agree, but I think in a certain chat, we can conduct ourselves a certain way. Diet Dew Mountain Gin. Were those words? No, it's fine snowing. I do think there's something to think about there. And you can take it or leave it, but that is the way we conduct ourselves here in this chat, and I'd like to keep it that way, rather than blaming something. It's something to think about. Whether I convince you, that's not my goal. Yeah, totally fine. But this goes for everyone else who's listening in. This isn't just a lecture to you. Don't you dare do that again. No, it's simply other people may have a tendency to say, oh, that's just me and my OCD. Like, no. Whether you have it or not, there's more you can do about it. So, very, very similar situations, right? In general. Well, I said that, but I'm an asshole. So, whatever. No, you can't do that. It just doesn't work. And that's a bit reductive, but I think it makes the point. Anyway, we'll move on. What am I drinking? Whiskey and Coca-Cola. Especially because the Coca-Cola is from the fridge and it is warm right now. Like real warm. Like I got ice packs in my pockets. See, Guppy? Nah, man. Now I'm doing good whiskey because good whiskey tastes better in a Coca-Cola. Whiskey and Coke? It's good. Good whiskey and Coke? Way better. Good whiskey and good Coke? Just the best. Yeah, watch that clip, taking it like a champ. That was some shit whiskey. Wait, do we still have that as an emote? Yep. Dude, that Old Forester 110% or 110 proof? Dude. Oof. I like Old Forester. I really don't like that Old Forester 110 proof. Was that the golf game? Yes, that was us. Oh yeah, in the shit whiskey clip, right? The Like a Champ clip. Yeah, that was J Golf 2.0. Yeah, that was what, like 2019? Yeah, dude, when I used to do a stretch every 2 hours, I need to maybe start doing that again. We'll see. I think it's fine. All right, let's fix this bug though. Yeah, so we do notification email, change set, notification SMS, change set. So those values should be coming back. This is Elixir on the back end. Yeah, the error we're running into is purely from the JSON here. Yeah, line 32. So yeah, hold on, here in JSON, line 32 is this part right here. So we could turn this into a map.get rather than just the straight lookup. And I think that would then make it safer. So they're saying access.key. I don't want to do key with the exclamation point because that would throw an error immediately. I think we could do just map.get. Ooh, Brainless, this is exactly your moment to shine. Wow, you have really good timing. Like, did I throw up the bat signal and I didn't even know it? So we're getting this error, and it's because we're doing this like safe lookup when it's not safe because the struct that we're passing doesn't allow access.get, right? Or whatever. So instead, I need to do the safer lookup on this thing for a potential value, and then I just need to fall back to the other value. I think map.get is what I'm looking for, but am I wrong there? And I know we've gone over this so many times. I could go find other code. But I think map.get. I don't think I want to do access.get. But maybe I'm misunderstanding or misremembering. Yeah, Brainless is one of our resident Elixir experts. And with full stacking, self-selecting themselves out of it, I believe Brainless is now our resident, like our sole resident Elixir expert. Yeah, I think map.get's the move too. right? And I was about to do it, but you showed up and I figured I'd double check. Yeah, he's the hero we need, but not necessarily the hero we deserve. And no, it's fine, Brainless. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot immediately when you joined the channel. I just thought it was serendipity and, you know, that was the universe coming together. The moment where I'm questioning if I'm doing the right thing, you showed up? Come on. Third arg of map.get is the fallback. Oh, interesting. How do you feel about nesting map.gets with a fallback? That seems fine, right? Nothing's fucked here, dude. You want a tow? I can get you a tow. I can get you a tow by this afternoon. Wait, you didn't toss the money? What did you toss? My dirty undie dudes. Dirty undies, dudes. The white. They're gonna kill that poor woman. All right, so I feel like we should be good. We should be able to create another one of these, just for fun. For fun is what we'll call it, even. Like a glove. So you spent 5 hours with a coworker attempting to send metrics to Sumo Logic, creating the protobuf messages and everything. Sumo Logic. I feel like that's like the boomer version of Sentry. Oh, it's like a Datadog. Okay. It's the boomer version of Datadog. Got it. Boomer dog. Your entire work stuff works on gRPC and you don't like it? Okay. I mean, Ty Sweezy could be worse, could be New Relic. Did I just throw away a potential New Relic sponsorship? Shit. Shit. All you get back is a 419. Got a minute. A 419 got a minute response is still better than the 421. Better late than never. Damn, this is some fucking stoner humor from high school. Only people that have smoked way too much weed in their lifetime will actually get these jokes. And I'm okay with it. And hold on, what is 418? Is 418 the teapot one? I don't even have that memorized. But I do have to go pee. BRB. Okay, so 418 is I'm a teapot. Okay. Touche. I do have to use the restroom. I wish I had thrown more soda into the fridge. I did not. Whatever. Warm soda incoming. Ah. Yeah, dude. So I haven't seen anything, but if I really do think about it, that tweet, we're going to see BeginBot like it. He doesn't like every tweet I make, but this one's right up his alley. Like, he'll probably be my first like on that tweet. Let me get another album going though. This one's about to wind down anyway, so yeah, this one's better. Yeah, let's pump up the jams. Pump them up. I'm so curious about that. We're gonna see BeginBot like this tweet within the next 5 minutes, I bet. What's up, Proton, Mr. Sir? All right, so Ethan was the first like. Okay. All right, all right. Ethan doesn't count. Exactly, right? No, Ethan counts, just not in the same way. It's a different counting system. Right? Whether Jason's counts depends on whether he has the beard right now or not. Without the beard, he's just imposter Jason. Here's the thing, Jason, I bet there during the summer, having the beard is actually insulation from the heat. So it actually keeps it cooler. Like a chef's smock in like a hot kitchen. It's a buffer between you and the ambient temperature. All right, what's up, Batman? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Oh, you sent? Dude, the beard's looking epic. Fuck yeah, dude. No, like the gray is distinguishing, man. Dude, the gray is distinguishing. And hey, Ryan Winchester, you finally show up. We've been doing Elixir for months, man. Where you been? Yeah, we actually just implemented our own like batch emailer process, like gen server. And we're in the process of trying to test it out here real soon. I know, right? The Elixir pusher, the snake oil salesman himself. Yeah, how you doing, Ryan? Not so shy Ryan is in the house. Yeah, exactly, Brainless. So, Ryan, I've been treating Brainless as my resident Elixir expert. Now there's two of them. But no, Jason, like, dude, the beard looks really good, man. Um, dude, like, yeah, you could get, like, if you were going to some fancy event, you could just have it, like, trimmed up and, like, dude, you'd look like fucking, like, metal show proper, you know? Like, fancy metal show. Yeah, exactly. And you don't gotta do that right now. Like, fancy occasion. Yeah, you trim it up. No big deal. Until then, who gives a shit? I feel like, dude, the photo you have right now, that's when you had, like, short hair, but still, like, the epic beard. Yeah, like your profile photo. Dude, that one looks proper. That looks like back when you last trimmed it, probably. You go to a wedding or something? Ah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it was well done, man. Yeah, that's a good photo. But okay, so Ryan Winchester, what you been up to, man? I feel like we haven't seen you in forever. We gotta catch up. And we'll keep, like, you know, fiddling at this a little bit as we go. We got time. We got time. But yeah, I'm just so curious. We haven't chatted in a while. I've seen some of your tweets. Just shelling Elixir when you can. Totally get it. Spend most of your free time on shots.winchester.dev. Oh, sick! You've been doing some house shit, man. Oh, dude, that's cool. Yeah, home renovations, man. Looks like you're building that shit from scratch. Like, technically. That's gotta be some Midwest shit. Did you have a tornado come through or something? Is that some, like, Tornado Alley shit? No, a big home edition? Yeah, yeah, no, I get it. I'm surprised that you're not doing, like, the deck like a greenhouse or something. Atlantic Canada, no tornadoes, just way too cold. Got it. So a greenhouse wouldn't do any good, like most of the year anyway. Got it. That makes more sense. Got it. Well, I mean, I feel like I see the roof. So that area that is like the patio, you're just gonna screen that part. Like, is that gonna be like a chicken coop or something? Like, or just, you know, to escape from the mosquitoes? All right, so you can still be outside in the breeze, but not getting eaten alive by the northwest mosquitoes? Or not northwest, sorry, northeast mosquitoes? Yeah, 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 exactly. Mosquitoes in the evening. That's one of the things I remember the most about when I used to live in, like, the Northeast. Sure, yeah, you get, like, oh, fireflies and all that stuff, but no, you get eaten alive at night. So much so, you just encourage that one friend to eat way too many bananas? Because then the mosquitoes just land on them. You know that's science, right? Do not eat bananas, right? Do not have too much potassium in your blood because mosquitoes smell that shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you give a bunch of bananas to the friend that doesn't know any better. Here you go, buddy. Enjoy. Snow in December. Yeah, that's those intrusive thoughts winning. I've never actually done it, but I've thought about it so many times. And yeah, Jason, I guess, yeah, you don't deal with mosquitoes at all in Nevada anymore, huh? Like, there's no such thing as standing water in Nevada. You either have a fountain that chews up way too much water, or they never have a chance to breed. Yeah, Jason's in Vegas. Perpskirp, you're in, like, wait, did you move back to Reno? I feel like you moved to, like, Cali proper, and maybe I just forgot you moved back to Reno? Oh, I'm so... Yeah, dude, I feel like you said that, and I'm just now remembering that you said that. So that's my bad, man. Algo Bro is also in Vegas. He's another native. Keep moving back and forth. No, I get it. I get it. Dude, I would heavily consider moving to Tahoe at this point. Like, massively. I don't think I'd want to buy land there. You know, like, some of that. Like, just the forest fire thing scares the bejesus out of me. But I could live in Tahoe, right? Buy some land here, travel to Tahoe for a month or two. Damn right. Mr. Brainless, sir. Ooh, damn, Ryan, that is such an emote. I now know where that's actually from. Yeah, dude, that's from, like, the documentary, man. Yeah, solid. That's a meme. You got all of them. You got Joe, Mike, and other dude, Robert. I love how your Shy Ryan prefix is still, like, the one, too. That's nice. That's cool. You haven't changed that one up at all. And I know, it's been said already, but I still think about that friction we had back in the day. And I still take most of the blame. It's the strictness of the nature of this channel. Just to be a thing I want to come back to every day. But I still own the friction of that interaction. Yeah, no worries, man. I think there's something to putting a face to a name and making it more real. Just some faceless individual trashing some language in chat? Nah, man. Big no. But I could have given more leeway. All right, so yeah, I think we're good here. Exactly, dude. Yeah. And just, it's very similar to my Twitch chat. Like, I just want to chat with people that they don't have to agree with everything I say, but they don't need to be dicks about it, you know? And they don't need to like stir up some shit with something that they think is totally benign, but I've seen it devolve way too many times. That's just boom, 100%. That's where that comes from. So yeah, I'm glad that there's no hard feelings. I appreciate you. For sure, man. And I look forward to every single, like, Where's Waldo post of you, like, shilling Elixir on Twitter every chance I get. It's really fun. Ooh, someone's mentioning functional programming. Someone mentioned something akin to pattern matching. Ooh. Are we going to see a wild Ryan Winchester show up? Like a lot of these, like, effect posts. Yeah, you can do that, or you can just pipe some shit. Those were definitely the Erlang phone memes. Yeah, Erlang phone memes. Exactly, Ty Sweezy. You get it now. Yeah. Those were, like, screen captured and, like, cut out of frames from the Erlang documentary, or whatever it's called. For sure. I feel like you need a few new ones there, Ryan. Like, you need some, like, Jose Valim, right? You've got to have a Jose Valim, right? Yeah, someone doesn't even need to say Elixir directly, but someone's like, oh, you know what language would be really good for this? Elixir, wink, tag, done. Yeah, right? Like, angry Elixir icon. Why don't you have an Elixir, like, why don't you have a Jose Valim, like, emote? What the fuck, dude? How dare you? Should have a Chris McCord one, too. Just to spam it, you know? Just to use it on Twitch. That's the whole point of getting to, like, partner and affiliate. Just to have your own emotes that you can spam anywhere. Shit. All right, all right, all right. Damn it, hold on. Anyone remember when I made the mundane clown posse tweet? What do you mean Google didn't index that tweet? How dare they? Yeah, no, that's such a millennial joke I just made. I assume Theo's gonna block me for that one, and it's okay. I don't disagree. Right? The Insane Clown Posse is really mellowed out now. Now they're just the mundane Clown Posse. So the Great Malenko, the whatever Malenko. If you get any of those references, your knees hurt when you wake up in the morning. All right. So, yeah, let's make sure the shit we're trying to do actually works. We were able to create a thing, but we're not seeing any events for it yet because we have not verified this thing, which we should do. All right, so Mailinator. Messijo testing at mailinator.com. Oh, that is a separate one. Oh, that's totally a separate one. Damn, it's been an hour since we sent that? Shit. All right, so it's verified. You know what we should do, though? We should style that verified icon a bit. Just a little bit better. All right, that slight green. Yeah, that frog is so boiled that, like, you know, we might as well just throw him in a stew. Right, you can't just toast that one and call it good now. No, that's some, like, frog stew at this point. That's some sous vide frog. Exactly, low and slow. We straight up smoked that frog. Is that slang the kids are using these days? And I don't even know. I'm hip. I'm with it. Yeah, damn right. I'm down with MCP. I was so hip I didn't realize when with it wasn't with it anymore. And it'll happen to you too. Yeah, I know I fucked up the quote. I don't remember the quote, but some Simpsons, right? Simpsons did it. All right. Yeah, so I think we're good there. What we want to do is make sure that what we've done and what we built, yeah, let me just style it just slightly better, just ever so slightly better. Where the fuck is our verified badge? Badges? I think we need these stinking badges. Ah, shit. So it's not a badge. What do they call it? Oh, that's the form. Hold on. No, it's notifications. Badges? I think we need these stinking badges. Damn it. All right, hold on. Badge. There we go. Connected, not connected. So connected here, BG success, which doesn't mean anything right now. Same thing with verified and not verified. I don't see the sub, but that's fine, Ty Sweezy. Like, no, I appreciate you. I think there's like a button you can do to shout it out if you want. No stress if not. I see the icon next to your name, so thank you, Ty. Dude, appreciate you. Thank you for the late birthday present. Yeah, it was my birthday on Friday. I think we're still kind of continuing it. So, thank you for being a part of the celebration. Shit. I'm 41 now. I believe my birthday stretches for at least a week. My birthday now stretches so long that the 4th of July is still part of that celebration. It's just a week away. Yeah, for sure. So now I'm so old my birthday starts on my birthday and ends on the 4th of July. God, it is so warm here in Washington right now. This is miserable. I'm going to turn up the fan. This is as strong as my fan gets. I'm still sweating. Whatever. Dude, tomorrow I think is a beanie list day. Because it's not going to get cold enough tonight. I can feel it. So bring your sunglasses tomorrow. The glare off my dome. Right? It's going to be too much. Yeah, blinded by the light. All right, but yeah, appreciate y'all. We're hanging out. We're doing our thing. We're making these buttons. I just need to define the variable BG success at this point. This project is old enough to still have a Tailwind config.js file. Where do I define it? No, there's something to be said about the beanie, like containing my body heat. It'd be better with an air gap of some kind. You're not wrong. Like, there's definitely a thing. Chefs in kitchens have the long sleeve, like, thick canvas chef coats. And a big part of the value they add is that they have this air gap between this, like, fabric that's heating up when you're reaching out over stoves and all this stuff. And the fabric and the air gap actually, like, absorb a lot of that. The air gap's the most important part of that, like, equation. But there's something to be said about not exposing your skin to the sun and letting a long sleeve with an air gap absorb some of that heat. Yeah, wool during the summer. No, and again, like Jason, like that's 1,000% it. Yeah, you might be a little warm wearing long sleeves during the summer in Vegas. You know how you'll be warmer? Getting sunburned. Then there's no reprieve. Then you're just fucking cooked. Like literally. And there's so much AC inside the casinos that, like, nah, man, you're fine. Right? The long sleeve helps you regulate your temperature better. To be fine in the cold and then fine outside, and you're not getting sunburned and you're stoked. I'm curious, like, has there been a study about how badly a sunburn increases your body temperature? Because it's got to be something crazy. Like, dude, right? The temperature you feel like it is versus the temperature it actually is. Your feel like temperature is massively increased the moment you have a sunburn. How have there not been studies around this? Did doctoral students not smoke enough weed to wonder about this stuff? Someone should have written a fucking PhD about this. Right? Like their PhD dissertation or whatever. What the fuck, man? What do college kids even do these days? Besides stress about the fact that there's no job waiting for them for the shit that they learned way too specifically. Let me get more music going. What album should we play? This one's good. This one's really good. Just saying, I'm a little worried about BeginBot. I'm a little worried about BeginBot at this point. Damn, man. Is he okay? Shit, I hope he's all right. Damn, I hope he's doing okay. But okay, so how do we define these values? What I want to do is, yeah, color-wise, there is success var. Oh, gotta wrap it. Wrap that shit up, B. And then we do and a Ryan, thanks you for the sweet likes. Appreciate you, man. It's like we're smoking weed or something here. And we haven't even done that yet today. All right, so there's got to be something we can do here. By defining a new color, what am I messing up about this? I don't even think that's the right, 100 value. But something seems wrong about the green here. It should probably be 300. But, nah, man. Something... Why is my variable not, showing through? Fuck it, right? Because success changes based on context. Could I lower it to a 200? Would I find value in that? Better than the pass-through? Sure. I think 300's fine. Right? I think we all consider the green there and like the black text on top legible still, yeah? Go-Go, you wish you had AI in the 90s for learning code. I mean, let me just put it this way. Do you wish you had Google in the 90s for learning code? It's the same thing at that point, right? You still have to actually know what you're doing and knowing what you want. But okay, so JC Jackson, beginner coder seeking for experience. No, not with what you're doing. I do think it's the same. I think it's the same thing. Oh, I wish Stack Overflow existed in the 90s. Sure, you can say that, but you wouldn't be copying and pasting directly from Stack Overflow. Like, come on. You shouldn't be doing it from AI either. It is the same. Like, it really is the same. Yeah, no worries, JC Jackson. Appreciate it. I think there's a lot of this same mentality. In the same way you wouldn't treat Stack Overflow as a source of absolute truth, you shouldn't treat AI in the same way. The moment you do that, you're good to go. Yeah, you actually understand the context better. Same thing with math and calculators. Absolutely, dude. You still need to understand what you're doing, right? The calculator doesn't obfuscate the need to know math. It just makes some of the bullshit easier. Yeah, totally. Do it. I get it. Yeah, that's fine. It's when you think the calculator is going to understand exactly what you're trying to do. No, that's not the calculator's job. Same thing. It's like the exact same thing. And Jason, right? Like, but here's the thing. That has been the senior level person's job forevermore anyway. The juniors are going to hammer out shit code that does one part of the problem, but they didn't write any tests to solve the other part of the problem. AI doesn't prevent that. Using AI properly, you use it to write the tests instead. And then you're good to go. But you just don't let it take the wheel. Yeah, context. Context is such a limited window that you cannot trust AI. Like, at all, man. We were doing some stuff earlier where, like, I just wrote the variable name in another file. Why is the AI auto-completing some shit that's totally unrelated now? Like, because it's not the fucking problem solver people think it is. Yeah, Jason. The internet going down for everybody a couple weeks ago was a field that was nil based upon one person's configuration. And nobody tested for a nil for that value. Is that AI's fault? No, that's a shitty engineer. That probably just took what AI gave it and called it good. Like, dude, we've had those same fucking people in the industry for decades. It's not a new problem dealing with people taking the easy way out. Not people not testing for edge cases. None of this is new. We've been dealing with the people that don't want to put in the effort our entire careers. The people, when they hit a merge conflict, they just blindly accept the shit they did without even looking at the shit that you did that conflicted. And they do that shit 10 minutes before a fucking demo meeting. That's not a problem that AI can fix. Yeah, exactly, dude. Right? That's not an AI problem. That's a human problem. Give me AI that prevents humans from doing that shit, and then I think we're closer to the singularity. Not tools that make humans think that they're more confident in doing that shit. That's way worse. That's a step backwards. Maybe GoGo, maybe anyone else that blindly thinks AI is different from fucking Google search or Stack Overflow or whatever, right? No, until the people using it are putting thought into their usage of it, it's the same fucking thing. So yeah, pet food guy. We had website builders and WordPress, and yet an entire industry still flourished because AI is just a tool. We will adapt like we always do, right? We as in humans. Yeah, that's the whole point. And we can recognize that the majority of the people in the world don't want to put in the effort to be better about it. Being a software dev is being the person willing to put in the effort. Right? Being a software dev worth being paid to do it. Juniors that don't give a shit about putting in the effort, yet they're not going to have jobs. That's kind of the way it's always been. How do you prove that you're willing to put in the effort? Well, yeah, now that's as hard as it's ever been, so I get that. Juniors have way harder of a time breaking in. But it's not just AI's fault. It's the assholes of the world using AI to not put in any effort. Right? The assholes of the world trying to work 3 jobs at once and just let AI shit out the code that they think solves the problem and they can kick the can down the road. And now they get paid to solve the bug that they created. Those devs have always sucked to work with. It's called outsourcing. Now the people we're outsourcing are outsourcing. And it's so much worse. If all we cared about was lines of code, we've been able to solve that problem cheaply for ages. There's a reason why you pay someone to be an expert. Because you can't let the inmates run the asylum. Tell you about a cache invalidation scenario and how I solved it. No, so Dodge name, it's actually like the same exact thing. Now companies will outsource, whether that outsource is to AI or an outsourced dev that's just using AI under the hood. It's the same exact problem we've always had. You can't trust outsourced work. Once you recognize that, It's the same exact problem we've always fucking had. You know what's funny? Just regular outsourced work is cheaper than outsourced to AI. Outsourcing to another country is actually cheaper than the fucking energy you're burning outsourcing to AI right now. There's just companies eating that cost on your behalf in the moment. They can't do it forever. I'm willing to bet money that Anthropic is not actually profitable yet. I don't think AI or OpenAI is actually profitable yet because they are eating so much cost of these things to subsidize usage for their customers. Yeah, I think they've all actually admitted that. Yeah, for sure, dude. They burn way more in energy than it would cost just to fucking let someone in India do it for them. Which is why it's funny that there was a company doing that. They were just outsourcing to AI, meaning an Indian. And I bet their bottom line looked actually pretty good. Yeah, all of them are burning cash. At some point, the money's going to run out. The money's going to run out before the technology becomes profitable. Like, this bubble is going to burst. I feel bad for people chasing the bubble. And once the bubble bursts, we'll actually find value in edge cases, right? Value in very specific uses of the technology. No, so here's the thing, Jason, like finding where these things are actually good after you pop the bubble, if you can preempt that, you've got a major business on your hands. There's just not anybody putting in any effort to do so because there's so much VC funding that they can just burn through. And people funding these VC companies, right? Funding like the companies that VC is investing into, they're just hoping to make a profit before the bubble bursts. This is like pets.com all over again. It's insane to me that people don't see the same parallel. Like, is their memory that fucking short? No, this is pets.com all over again. Now, Web3 never approached the level of the .com like bubble. Web3 was its own thing, and crypto still has value, right? Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it's Web3. No, this is literally .com bubble bullshit. Like, this is literally .com bubble. At least Web3 had coins and tokens behind it that could serve another value. I still believe Web3 could have value. But, dude, the amount of money pushed into it, no, only 10% of that entire market was ever going to be valuable. And that's the same with the .com shit. But I don't think it's at the same level. I think AI is so much more inflated than Web3 ever was. I could be wrong. This is not financial advice. Make your money while you can. More power to you. I am way too conservative for this bubble. Dude, if I could just have the balls to invest a thing, like into a thing that I'm willing to throw $1,000 at, dude, I'd be making $5K a month. Just off of random bullshit guesses. I put $1,000 into Solana when it had a dip just in the past couple weeks, and I made $200. Like, dude, 20% return? That is better than any inflation you'll ever see. If I just had the balls to put more money into it, oh my God, man, I'd be buying a house. Or a condo. But no, I don't trust any of this shit. There's like a level of risk I'm willing to assume, and it's maybe 20% of like the money I have to invest. Not even close to 20%, actually. With the way things are going right now, I don't even trust index funds. Damn, your Coinbase got hacked? That sucks. So, Dajneem, I get it. I don't believe in them more than the amount of hype I think is behind them. So, my entire like doubt is about what level of hype justifies the value of the technology. And I don't think those things are in sync whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just don't trust it. I really, really, really don't trust it. The hype and the value are not leveled out. You know? Have you ever seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail? This is like trying to weigh the woman against the duck or the goose or whatever, right? What also floats on water? Wood. Okay, so wood floats. Is there anything else that floats on water? A duck. So obviously a duck should weigh the same as wood. So if a witch is made of wood, then a witch should weigh the same as a duck. And it might measure out the moment you're looking at the two measured side by side. The moment you take them off the scale, is the scale actually even? I don't think that it is. Like, I really don't think it is. Right? The scale has not been balanced properly. And until that time, when the scale is balanced properly, I don't trust the system. She turned me into a newt. A newt. I mean, I got better. Yeah, I wish I'd gotten in earlier, but I would have been just as scared of it. Because I still do not think the scale is weighted properly. If the scale isn't even begin with, why would I invest in the thing that weights it further the wrong way? Right? Further out of whack. Something's got to give. Again, this is not financial advice. Do whatever you want. Like, dude, make some money. Dude, there are people who have made millions of dollars off not listening to me. So, yeah, do that. Get it. But also, there are people that have lost millions of dollars thinking the same shit. Does that sound like a safe investment vehicle? Yeah, a bunch of people made money off NFTs. Does that mean NFTs have inherent value? No, that was pure speculation. And eventually, the speculation falls through the floor. I love the idea of an NFT. I just hate the implementation of most NFTs. Could I own 20% of the Mona Lisa? If it's enforceable, sure. I don't see how that's fucking enforceable. What return on that 20% could I get? As it gets rented out to other places, do I get 20% of that rental fee? Well, then we're talking. Yeah, that's actually a thing. I'm kind of into that. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds like a legitimate investment. Is that how that shit works, though? Nope. I would happily invest in owning a stake on, you know, the fucking sarcophagus of Tutankhamun, right? King Tut. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, I would invest in King Tut if I actually thought I was properly investing in that and not like the make-believe version of it. I would happily own a portional share of things I think have actual value. And that's what NFTs should do. But too many fucking snake oil salesmen, right? Too many assholes in the fucking pot. Yeah, I could invest in like apples and peaches and, you know, maybe even blackberries. Some of them might hold their value better, you know, but whatever, right? It's a real thing. The peaches was like that was to throw you off. Understand the other two jokes I was making. All right, let me go pee. BRB. All right, yeah. Based upon today's temperature, tomorrow is a full-on beanie-less day. Oh, buddy. Hey, G-Bone, honestly, your streak should have been higher. Twitch fucked every single one of the viewers of this channel. I think there's maybe one person that escaped with keeping their fucking watch streak 3 days ago. Like, literally just 3 days ago. Dude, like, all of our biggest long-term watchers, right? People with, like, a watch streak of 420 had it reset 3 days ago. What the fuck, dude? There's no way. Like, come on, man. We all blame Melky. Melky, what did you do? Melky fucked something up. Oh, we've seen the 404. Someone made the joke on the 404. Someone hit 420. And that was the highest thing we've seen. Yeah, maybe it should be an X post. I was going to reach out to, like, support, but you know the best way to reach Twitch support? Post loudly on some other platform. I'll save it for tomorrow. That'll be our, like, beginning of the day tweet. Hey, Twitch, you fucked something up. All my regulars had their watch streaks reset. A few of them even saw it happen live on our June 27th stream. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, dude, and it sucks you have to do that. Like, but how else do I reach out to Twitch support? As a partner, I have no idea how I reach out to Twitch. That's not the way that used to be. It used to be you became a partner, you actually had like a contact in the partner platform. Someone that was assigned to you as an agent within the platform. Dude, Twitch doesn't do that anymore. You've got to be so goddamn big time to have a straight up connection to someone at Twitch. And that sucks, man. Could they just be cooler? Dude, they're still trying to fix my fucking car. I need to upgrade my car here soon. I don't even think it's worth the effort they're putting into it. I would happily use 3 separate keys for my car. Oh, this one's for the ignition, this one's for the right side door, this one's for the left side door, and the trunk never opened anyway, so who gives a shit? Right? You open the trunk from the fucking thing on the inside. Dude, some tweaker broke into my car and fucked a bunch of shit up. I care so much less about my doors and like the door keys and all that, and I just want my ignition to work right. They tried to start my car with my oil dipstick. No insurance to fix that? It's a 1995 Subaru. What insurance do you think I'm paying for on a 95 Subaru? All I have is liability insurance. Because who the fuck buys comprehensive on a 95 Subaru? The extra, what, $100 to $200 a month that would cost me over the course of 10 years is nowhere near what value I would gain right now. Because they're not having problems fixing it. They're having problems sourcing parts because it's a 1995 Subaru. No, Fievel, if you have only liability, you're only liable for the stuff you do. If someone breaks in and does some shit, you're on the hook for it. But the car is old enough that it's not worth paying the extra money for that. So liability only insurance does not cover anything. All liability coverage does is cover you for the damage you do to someone else's shit. The stuff you are liable for if you fuck up in the wreck. What it means is I pay $300 for every 6 months. I'm paying like $50 a month. If I wanted comprehensive coverage, I'd be paying like $200 a month. Over the course of 10 years, $150 times 12. I could buy a whole brand new fucking car for that. Like a better car, a newer car. You only pay for comprehensive on a new vehicle. You don't pay for that on a 20-year-old vehicle. Under $50 a month? No, I get that, Dr. Cudley. Like, I'm at about 50 a month. And I don't drive that much. But yeah, at 50 a month, it's not worth worrying about the extra 10 a month. But Jason, hold on, that's more than just liability, right? I feel like in Vegas, you need to pay for more than just liability to cover for the fact that someone's going to break into your shit. Where I live, dude, them breaking into my shit, like the cost of a window once a year, is more than made up for by not paying an extra $150 a month. How much does a window cost to replace? Like $300. Right? If someone wants to break into my car and break a window to take some sunglasses I left out or something, sure, I get it. No problem. Absolutely Fivel. I finally had my first actual collision that went through insurance. I had that happen 4 or 5 months ago, and I just crunched in the corner of someone's bumper. My car was fine. The corner of their bumper was fucked. That was the first collision I've had that went through insurance in the entirety of my entire driving career. Like, since I was 18. Why would I pay $150 extra per month to subsidize that? There's no fucking point. Like, dude, that would be terrible. That'd be a really bad investment. You know that, right? That's the whole like thing that car insurance companies operate under. They hope you're like me. But they also hope that you think it's worth having comprehensive coverage. And it just isn't. It really, really, really just isn't. Right? Over 25 years, let's just call it 25. At $150 a month. Over 25 years. You're looking at $1,800 a year times 25. You could buy a brand new fucking car for that. That's a shitload of money, man. I only paid $4,000 for my car. Why would I pay an extra $150 a year for some random thing that might happen to it? No, like, I've still made profit off of not doing comprehensive coverage for my car, regardless of if it cost me $1,000 to fix the problem they have right now. I'm still way in the money, you know? And that's the number you have to crunch. Like, if you're not crunching those numbers and you're okay just spending the money to not have to do that, then go for it. But dude, over, let's not even say 25, over 20 years at $1,800 a year, that's $36,000, dude. You could buy a brand new fucking car for that. Like a brand new car with a warranty. For the expenses I would have paid out of pocket for the stuff that's happened to that car. Now, granted, this is over the course of my entire driving career, not the car that I have right now, but over 10 years. $1,800 over 10 years, that's $18,000. Dude, I have not put $18,000 into fixes into this car. No way in hell. Like, nah, man. Definitely not. Even with it being broken into once a year for the past 3 years. Nope. Nah, man. So, I get it. Peace of mind is nice. At the end of the day, just crunch the numbers. Do the math. Life insurance, car insurance, whatever insurance companies bank on you not doing the math. Health insurance is the only place where You could go fully fucking bankrupt off one bad thing. Car? No, you're not going bankrupt over a thing that happens to your car. It's not going to happen. Health insurance? Yeah, you're fucked. Life insurance? Well, I mean, you better have been paying into that shit for like a decade before the life insurance company's going to give you anything anyway, so fuck it. Right? So yeah, don't skimp on life insurance, don't skimp on health insurance. Car insurance, though? Unless you're on a lease and they require comprehensive, if you bought your car outright for fucking $4 or $5 grand, dude, don't pay for comprehensive. Just don't do it. Oh my God, just don't do it. This is not financial advice. Yeah, car insurance might be one of the biggest scams out there. But yes, as life insurance is the same scam, it's harder for them to fight. And normally it's so cheap out of each paycheck that it's like really kind of worth it. Homeowners and renters insurance. Yes, those things, right? Renters and homeowners insurance feel like a ripoff until the moment you need them. And then all of a sudden, oh my God, dude. Like renters insurance wise. Sure, you pay into it, but oh my God, at some point, when someone rips you off, breaks into your place, whatever, and you get to simply say, like, well, no, I had this, I had this, I had this. Like, dude, renters insurance and homeowners insurance are so goddamn cheap for the value you get out of it for, like, the crazy shit. Homeowners may be different, right? But renters insurance is, dude, you're fucking up if you don't have renters insurance. Especially if you have roommates. Because, dude, fuck roommates. Renter's insurance is so fucking valuable if you have roommates. Who here has ever trusted their roommates 100%? Nobody raised their hands. Besides maybe Four Wheel and... why am I spacing on her name? The author. Naughty Knitter, right? Four Wheel and Naughty Knitter might trust each other implicitly and explicitly in a way that no one ever will. But they are the kind of roommates that you keep forever. If you've ever just moved into a place because you needed somewhere to live, you've had the worst roommates you've ever had, right? Yeah, so Jedzo, $3K a year for homeowners insurance. And really all it covers is the shit you own, not the home itself. Right? Don't expect to make a lot or to even make back what you put in to improve the home. But if the shit you have inside the home has value, homeowners insurance actually nails it. Like, it has major value at that point. If the shit you own isn't worth homeowners insurance, yeah, like, they're going to fight tooth and nail about the home and the shit to improve or fix the home. But the shit you have inside, that's a lot harder for them to argue, you know? If your only asset is the home itself, homeowners insurance is less valuable. If the shit you have inside the home has a lot of value, you're good to go. Like, you should absolutely do it. You live in a hurricane area. Like, oh, dude. Yes. Yeah. As long as it's covered within your homeowner's insurance. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Ooh, Kinslayer, you got to show the receipt. And that's the hardest part. Where's the receipt? Where's that certificate of authenticity? Oh, the certificate got nuked in the fucking storm, too. Meh. So, Dr. Cudley, yes, I'm not encouraging anybody to commit fraud. I'm encouraging you to list the actual things you owned. At that point, homeowners and renters insurance are super valuable. But dude, nobody try and commit fucking insurance fraud. Dude, it's not worth the jail time. It's not worth fucking that up. But if you have expensive shit, you get that shit covered. Especially if you got the receipts, you know? Like, it's actually really that simple. So it depends on how expensive is the shit you own. And you got to do that cost-benefit analysis. You got to figure that part out. Nobody can tell you it's worth it until you've crunched the numbers. How many people want to crunch the numbers? How much do you want to save by not crunching the numbers? And that is where those companies make their money. Because they know you don't want to crunch the numbers, and they know you're probably not going to have the receipts. So fuck it, right? But within a margin of error, it's not even worth them pushing back on. Like, my mom had some camera stuff stolen. She got a brand new camera. She got a bunch of brand new lenses. Because to replace that shit is impossible. So they give, like, the fair market rate. How much is a camera that serves the same purpose as the film camera that got stolen? All right, you know what? To replace that exact camera, way more expensive than just to give you something that's newer and more modern that you probably wouldn't have bought yourself, but it's still better than what you had, right? Lens-wise, same thing. So yeah, like, that's their job. They crunch the numbers. And as long as you're not pulling some fraud on them, you're good to go. Do not commit insurance fraud. Nobody here wants that problem. Do not do it. Definitely do not. Ain't nobody got time for that. And hold on, Pet Food Guy, I just saw your comment that was probably ages ago, because I don't have the timestamps turned on over on YouTube, and I should. That's me fucking up. But yeah, you just said, you and I are old enough to remember the robots are going to be everywhere in the 90s. I'm not that old, dude. How old do you think I was in the 90s? Dude, I'm 41. I don't remember anything about what people said robots would do in the 90s. I remember sci-fi saying it. No one said sci-fi was accurate, though. Shit. All good usernames, Ghani. Damn, right? Like, you typed out a username that long and you couldn't even get it with just the one E? Shit, dude. Damn, that's fucked. Oh, that's so fucked. Damn, that's brutal, man. Damn, man, that's rough. Even that, fucking gone. Dude, it is so fucking hot. I'm sweating my balls off right now. Y'all might actually get a free beanie list here in just a second, because you know what? It's 0.1 degrees Celsius cooler than it was a couple hours ago. It doesn't feel like it. All right, let me go play some more music. Yeah, I get it, Jason, but you have air conditioning. You have the technology to make that problem not a problem. Washington State does not. You're set at a nice 77. I could write the number 77 on this fan on my window, and it's not going to matter. The fan's not going to listen. I can get the best Sharpie I've ever bought, and it just wouldn't work. I've looked at it. I've totally looked at it. The difference between buying a Belltown condominium with AC, right, central air, and without AC is $200K. Yeah, dude. I could buy something and be miserable for around $400K. I could buy something and be less miserable temperature-wise for around $600K. I'd just be miserable a different way. We're talking about the difference between like 1.2 million over the entire life of the fucking mortgage, or 1.8 million over the life of the entire mortgage. I can't install my own compressor on the balcony. So Bob, here in the apartment I live in, I don't own this shit, so no. In some places I might. But you're assuming that the place I buy for $400K actually even has a fucking balcony. Yeah, so Jason, people die if that's, like, not fixed. Here in Washington, nobody's dying if their AC dies. Like, no single human being has ever died here in Washington from lack of AC. Or they probably have, but it's so rare that we're dealing with, like, Fight Club numbers here. Yeah, if the cost of the fucking recall is more than just paying each individual person affected, they don't do the recall. Right? We're dealing with, like, Fight Club numbers of insurance here. Yeah, exactly. C-17. Like, yeah. Ooh, so if you were renting in Vegas, they would be required to fix it. But now that he's an owner, nah, they got other people's shit to fix. Yeah, we'll get to you in like a month or two. Fuck it. Deal with it. Oh, you want to have us, like, do it faster? You can bid against these other people. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Are you not willing to do that? We'll see when we get to it. Dude, I get it, Jason. Yeah, dude. Owning property in some places is worse than renting. I think Vegas is actually one of those places. Yeah, dude. You have way more rights as a renter in Vegas than you do as a homeowner. Like, it's literally insane that way. Ooh, damn. So C17, what you're saying is that's something I need to look out for if I buy some place with central air in like Belltown. You just gave me nightmares. What the fuck? Really? God damn it. AC on the roof instead of the ground? Why would they do that? That should be in the shade. You don't get shade on the roof. Dude, yeah, I don't get it, man. Man. Now we're hanging out. I get it. I get it. Let's do some shit. We solved some bugs. We got shit going. We can verify it. We can call it good. And we should start testing the batch emailing thing. And I haven't done that part yet because we're having better conversations. So fuck it. Yeah, Bob, I have no idea what you're talking about. I have never owned a condo. I'm considering buying a condo, and I am so fucking worried about some of this shit now. Let alone the fact that I'll be paying like $1,000 in fucking HOA fees. Like $1,000 a month in just HOA fees. Even then, I'm paying about the rent that I'd be paying right now. That's the craziest part, dude. $1,000 is crazy. I'd still be paying about the same rent that I'm paying right now. Right? I'd be paying a mortgage equal to the rent I'm paying right now. That's just a win-win. I can see no way for that to be bad. Because I end up making my money back after like a year or two. Especially because rent's going to go up. It always does. It always does. No HOA is worth $1,000 a month. I think the gym security is how they justify it. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's worth it. But you know what? If I'm paying the exact same in rent, that's a fucking no-brainer. I could build $2,000 in equity per month. Why wouldn't I do that? Right now, it's $3,000 a month. Just getting fucking burned. I mean, Jason, hold on. That's Vegas versus Seattle. It's not the same thing. It's really just totally so much not the same thing. Seattle is a fucking mess. Yeah, 100%. But if I could buy something and build equity and then eventually maybe move elsewhere and just charge rent, I'm fucking killing it at that point, right? The rent I could charge for that place eventually in like 5 to 10 years when I move out would cover the mortgage and then part of my own rent at another place. Like, it's a no fucking brainer. I'm just like, I'm dragging my feet. Do you think it's going to change, though? Is Seattle going to get worse? No. Amazon's here. Facebook has an office. Like, all these companies have offices, right? Wear and tear on a condo? In like a, like a 10 to 20 floor skyrise? What wear and tear am I paying? What wear and tear would I pay on a condo in a 10 floor minimum building? Probably nothing, you know? I would need the homeowner's insurance. Yeah, interfloor leakages. Yeah, that's where homeowner's insurance like is actually a thing. Yeah, totally. If the upstairs neighbor has really thick stool and they clog their pipes, well, at least I got the homeowner's insurance. And I have hopefully specced out how much the shit I own is worth, but they've also probably been wrapped in trash bags, so is it that big a deal? I don't know. I have one neighbor above me right now. I still don't trust them. But in the room where I got the shit I care about, not like the electronics and shit, like my collectibles. The place I keep my collectibles. I could just wrap all that shit in fucking trash bags and call it good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I would love to know how badly my assumptions could go wrong. Like, what have you dealt with? What has an upstairs neighbor ever done to you? I've heard the horror stories, but on average, so many people own condominiums and don't ever have that problem, right? There's got to be something to the time value of money. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? The time value of money. And then worst case scenario, can I just wrap the shit I care about in trash bags and call it good? I think I could. I think I totally could. I'm not kidding. I probably have tens of thousands of dollars worth of sports collectibles. Like, I'd even push it towards like 100K at this point. You think I might be crazy? Dude, have y'all seen some of the fucking sports collectibles I've like posted like photos of and shit? I have individual Michael Jordan like baseball cards and starting lineups. They're worth like $3,000 a piece. And my collection is not made up of only Michael Jordan. my collection of collectibles is kind of insane. Like, I should cash out at some point, but it basically costs me nothing to just hold on to this shit. Yeah, maybe Bob, but like insurance rates, like, you know, interest rates, they're tough. Like, if the entire economy tanks, do interest rates go up or down? I think technically if shit tanks, they go down, right? I don't know. This is not financial advice. I have no idea. Right? What happens to interest rates if the bubble bursts? Historically, they go down, right? And dude, Bob, in 10 to 15 years, are we considering the rate at which I drink whiskey? I'd stoke to be here in 15 years. I know, that's a little fucking morbid, but you know what? At my age, who even thinks they have 15 years left in them? I don't know if I have 15 years left of actually giving a shit left in me, let alone living. Yeah, dude, like, at my age, 15 years from now, I'd be 56. Dude, I can't think about 15 years from now. Just like 15 years ago, I couldn't think of 15 years from then. Don't make decisions based on that. Nobody can predict that. Nobody should ever do that. Like, dude, come on. So yeah, no, I am like really super fucking heavily contemplating like a major life decision. But dude, how much longer of this life do I have? 10 to 15 years. Like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I may have just convinced myself. Y'all didn't do it. You didn't have to do anything. I'm just talking out loud. Shit, man. There could have been nobody here, and I would have been saying this shit to myself like a crazy person. I'm okay with it. Nah, I just need to buy a place in Belltown. And that's it. There we go. Problem solved. At least then I can build some fucking equity. Should I have done it 10 years ago? You're not fucking wrong. Oh, you're not fucking wrong. I just would have laughed at you. That's all. Because I would have been wrong. Gesundheit, me. Oh. All right, so we're in Belltown. Am I moving now? Is it worth the extra 200K if I get a place with central air? Woo! Woo! Ooh, that part's trickier. That part I don't know. As global warming kicks in, the places with central air will become far more fucking valuable. Oh, really? Oh, Arhelia. It doesn't cover collectibles, cards, jewelry, like collectibles in general, right? Yeah, so like camera equipment got reimbursed, but that's not collectible. So I'd need to get a separate rider anyway. I believe my renter's insurance does cover that, but damn, maybe I'm fucking up. Maybe I don't know. I should go wrap that shit in the spare bedroom I got in trash bags anyway. Well, shit. You raise a good point there, Arhelia. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Arhelia. I didn't mean to make that a joke. It became a joke as I tried to say it. Dude, Arhelia, no, you're not wrong. Oh my god. Dude, my brother has like a bin of magic cards that are probably not worth a lot, but when you aggregate that shit, it's probably worth $1,000 or $2. It's a bin. I'm just holding for him. I don't know if he knows that I protected that shit for him. I don't think he even knows. Oh, Jason, yeah, you fucked up, dude. Oh, you fucked up so bad. Oh, man, you fucked up so bad. Yeah, gnarly, man. Here's the thing. I want to start a fucking trading card game. Yeah, you were a broke college kid. Like, dude, yeah, they notoriously do not think of the future. Like, that's not your fault. I want to start a trading card game. I could leak the idea because, yeah, you'd have to do it better than what I'm already imagining, and I'm not going to give every single part of my idea, but could you imagine a deck representing you as, like, a fighter? Like, we could call it Kumite. Kumite the card game. Or Kumite the game. And you're just a dude fighting. And you got, like, your stable of, like, tricks and energy for those tricks and, like, blah, blah, blah. And how do you counter other people's tricks? Are they low or high or whatever, right? Like, are they blockable or unblockable? And, you know, like, Could we create an entire game around this? Yes, we definitely could. Like 1,000%. We totally could. I think I need to start it as like a digital game, and then we start releasing limited edition cards, and then we turn it into basically a Magic the card game competitor, right? Like you build out this energy for that part. Like, dude, it's basically Magic the Gathering, but we can throw some like twists on it that become valuable. Like, no, you can't do that same kick right after that kick as part of the same combo. No, it's the same fucking foot. No, dude, you're not gonna combo that. And this is just the beginning of some of the stuff I've thought about for making this like a proper game. I think that could be a cool game. And then you start leveraging characters within like a school of thought, right? Like, oh yeah, no, this character is totally a kung fu character, right? You start doing like limited edition fucking cards, right? Oh man, there's so much you could do with this. To the point where you just get bought out by Wizards of the Coast. But I'm not going to sell till it's fucking worth it. Dude, and if you even think that you're approaching the well of ideas that I have going for this, no, dude, oh my god. No, if you think you're even close, you should probably just pay me, and you should make me a partner if you want to take this further. You should make me like a 30-80 partner. And then as we sell fucking stake in the business, you cut it out of your stake. Because I'm putting in the effort to make my 30% still worth it, you know? And we can figure that out. Like, my 30% would be undilutable. That'd be part of the fucking contract. If you want to talk about this, if you want to figure it out, we can chat. And I got ideas for fucking days. I think instead, if I end up building this game myself, now I'm the 80. I'm the 80%. When I said 80-30, no, it'd be 70-30, but whatever, you know what I mean. If I have to build the game myself and some of the other mechanics and all that shit, I'm the 70. And then as we sell it to people like making actual cards, yeah, we dilute from what I built. Sure. I might still want 5% from you if I put in another 10. And even then, like, if I build all this shit, like, why do I need a partner? See, I don't know. If there are people out there that want to take the idea and steal it, good luck. Good luck. I retain copyright over the ideas that I have actually said and displayed right now. Implementation is where the money is. But dude, I could implement this quicker than you two. So instead, let's work together if you want to make it a thing. That said, nah, I shouldn't have said anything, and I can do it here soon. I got so many ideas. Ooh, I haven't said even 90% of the ideas I got for this thing. Shit. Anyway, hold on. So, the part we're actually dealing with here on stream, beyond the fact that we're like 7:30 on a stream that I was probably going to call it like 6 p.m. This is a Monday after a birthday stream. And yeah, Jason, no, NFTs? Yeah, NFTs, NFTs. NFTs, NFTs. Yeah, no, we can do that. We can totally fucking do that. You are bullshitting. I'm actually serious. I think NFTs for the things we're trying to build actually end up having value. Right? NFTs have value with things like collectibles. Yes. 1000% yes. I know the NFT market is tainted by the worst fucking people. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm getting at, man. Like, we can actually do it right. But no one will take it seriously until we realize the value. Which makes it even fucking better. Alright, anyway, sorry. Itchy eye, and now it's like all red and shit. Whatever, man. We should figure this part out. So let's go to keywords and foo, manage, attach for fun, and why not? Ooh, we saw 2 sending email notification. We saw 3 sending email notification. That's not good. That's too many notifications right now. There's a 4th. Oh my god, no, there's something we're fucking up. There's a 5th. All right. So our batch process is broken. It's so fucking broken. Oh my god, dude, it's so broken. No, we're not back to the drawing board. We're back to recognizing what we can fix about the thing we're doing. It's not actually a problem, right? No, it's a bug to solve. Oh my god. Dude, this is so goddamn broken. Maybe Jason, but it shouldn't be sending this message until the queue is full enough to send that message. Yeah, we only have 1 account created. Alright, so, yeah, here is the bug going forward that we need to solve tomorrow. We need to figure out the best place to leave this, like, picking back up message. Like, what the fuck, dude? That was a spicy burp. Nowhere near as bad as the spice that we're sending towards an email notification service that we should not be invoking right now. And you know what? We don't have to dig any fucking deeper. That's the thing. That's it. Dude, that's the message. And we can solve this. We can do this better. We can totally solve this problem. But we don't have to solve it today. We don't have to solve it tonight. We're at 7:39 p.m. I actually need to eat some food and pass out at a reasonable hour. No, I believe we can solve this. We can absolutely solve it, but we shouldn't do it tonight. Because, dude, I want to head over to Gaming Stream and hang out with y'all in a way that I don't have to care about this shit. I'm just going to eat some fucking thawed shrimp with some seasoning. Nom, 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 nom. Eat some fucking salad greens bullshit. And we can cool off and, yeah, maybe I go without a beanie on Gaming Stream. But, dude, it's way too hot right now. This is too much bullshit to deal with, and we're not rate limiting properly. This is a problem to tackle with a good mindset tomorrow. So, who do we go raid? Who's actually streaming right now? Who's actually streaming right fucking now? Frying Pan is pulling some fucking gooner shit right now, so we're not gonna raid Frying Pan. Danny Stem is just the best. Dude, we could raid Danny Stem. Z.A. Shaw, Last Miles. What the fuck is Last Miles watching? Evan J. Stern Camping Sim? Dude, I haven't rated Evan J. Stern in ages. Where the fuck has he been? I bet he's been acting in some shit, because he's just that big time. Nah, man. We're rating Evan J. Stern. I'm a big fan. He's a good dude. He's so cool. God, he's so damn cool. He's playing The Hunter, Call of the Wild. What the fuck is that? I don't even know, man. But let's go raid Evan J. Stern. Yeah, thank you, Bob. Thank you, everyone else. Like, yeah, we're hanging out, man. Now we're chilling. And JC Jackson, yeah, thank you for chilling, man. Like, nah, dude. We have a really fun stream. I was bullshitting a bit today. Like, dude, you're just coming, like, you're catching me on the tail end of a birthday weekend. Friday and Saturday? Yeah, I don't even remember Friday and Saturday. Technically. The whiskey floweth. Today? Nah, we're good. Yeah, we're chilling. We're hanging out. Did I have whiskey still? Oh, I did. Ooh, damn right. Not as bad as Friday and Saturday, though. So, yeah. Appreciate you. If you're not familiar with Evan J. Stern, he played Roldy on Letterkenny. Have you ever seen the show Letterkenny? Yeah, Evan J. Stern is Roldy. Stuart! Now, don't roast him for that. He's a dude. He's like a human being beyond the characters he played, right? Let's go say hi to him. And YouTube, yeah, we're going to raid Evan J. Stern, the Evan J. Stern. So,